Testing, testing. And we are on air.
All right, I call the 2319th meeting of the Milwaukie City Council to order. This meeting is being conducted by video conference. The public has been invited to watch the meeting on the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 in city limits, or by logging into Zoom video conference as an attendee. The public may submit comments in writing by email to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. There will be opportunities for the public to give oral testimony during today's meeting. When it's time to take public comment, staff will monitor the email inbox, the Zoom participant window, and the Zoom chat to see if anyone would like to speak. We will take comments in the order they are received and seen. If members of the public become disruptive, we will mute and remove them from the video conference or from chambers. Not that we're in chambers anymore. If that fails to stop the disruptions, we will recess the meeting and return within 5 minutes. If we are unable to continue, council will briefly meet off air to move unfinished business to the next council agenda. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The city of Milwaukie respectfully acknowledges that our community is located on the ancestral homeland of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kalapuya, etc. Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and gratitude to the indigenous people of this land. Part of the work we'll be doing today is our comp plan work, which will begin to redress in very small amount some of the racist code and zoning that has disenfranchised the indigenous people of this land along with everyone else and the BIPOC community. All right. In August, so we're doing the announcements now. You ready, Scott? In August, the city will host listening sessions for Milwaukee's Black, Indigenous, and People of Color communities, often abbreviated as BIPOC. To keep everyone safe during COVID-19, the sessions will be held online. Meals will be delivered to participating families prior to each session, and one session will be held in Spanish. If you are a member of Milwaukee's BIPOC community, please consider attending one of the sessions. To learn more about the sessions and attend, please contact Ann Ober, the city manager, at obera@milwaukieoregon.gov. Join a free workshop on how to use Grow with Google to help find a job on Wednesday, August 5th at 4:30 p.m. The workshop is available on Letting Library's Facebook page. Grow with Google provides free training, tools, and resources to help you grow your skills, career, or business. The Letting Cultural Forum welcomes Mike Richardson, author, president, and founder of Dark Horse Comics, on Thursday, August 20th from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. The event will be shown live on Letting Library's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing after the event on the same channel. Volunteers are needed for the Johnson Creek Watershed Council's annual cleanup event on Saturday, August 22nd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pre-registration is required so that organizers can keep teams small to allow for social distancing. For more information about each of these events and others, please visit the city's homepage, where you will find the city calendar at www.milwaukieoregon.gov. All right, our next item are proclamations and awards. The first one is the National Farmers Week proclamation, and this will be presented by Councilor Beatty. I hope you have.
Thank you. National Farmers Market Week. I used to be on the board of the Farmers Market, and unfortunately, apparently none of the board members could join us tonight. So I'm stepping up to just say a few words about this beloved Milwaukie institution that is in its 22nd year. Started with 7 vendors in 1999. I think, I don't have to say a lot about the market. Probably most people watching have been there. I do want to commend the market for having adapted to COVID. It's not the same that we can't have live music and hang out, but they've really adapted well. And after the first couple of weeks of, some growing pains, I think, the mask policy and other things have been working pretty well at the farmers market. And so, it's an opportunity not only to, support, it's an opportunity not only to get healthy food for your family, but also to support local farmers, local small food producers. A lot of, there's only one or two of the there's only a couple of the vendors that are certified organic, but actually if you talk to some of them, most of them are following organic processes. They just haven't gone for the certification, which is costly and cumbersome. So I would encourage you, if you have questions about specific vendors' farming practices, you should ask them about that, because I think they're all willing to talk to you about what they use in terms of pest control and stuff like that. So anyway, with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and I'm happy to congratulate the staff and vendors of the Milwaukie Farmers Market on the 22nd year.
And an outstanding farmers market it is. We shop there every Sunday. Whereas farmers markets are an integral part of Oregon's food system and agricultural economy, and whereas the 130 plus farmers markets in Oregon are important sales outlets for farmers and food business owners, generating revenue that supports the sustainability of family farms and the revitalization of rural communities. And whereas farmers markets provide citizens of all income levels with access to healthy, locally produced foods through the Milwaukie Farmers Market and over 70 other Oregon markets that accept supplemental nutritional assistance program, otherwise known as SNAP benefits, and other critical food access programs. And whereas the Milwaukie Farmers Market is celebrating 22 years as a cornerstone of our community, well loved by customers, neighbors, and vendors alike. And whereas the City Council recognizes the importance of expanding agricultural marketing opportunities that assist and encourage the next generation of farmers and ranchers, generate farm income to help stimulate business development and job creation, build community connections through rural and urban linkages, provide access to fresh, healthy food for all of Oregon citizens, and more. Now, therefore, I, Mark Gamba, Mayor of the City of Milwaukie, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas in the state of Oregon, with the consent of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of August 2 through 8 as National Farmers Market Week in conjunction with the National Farmers Market Week, and do call upon all Milwaukeeans to celebrate farmers markets with the appropriate observance and activities. All right. Sorry. Our next item is National Wind Week, a proclamation, and this will be presented by Natalie Rogers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Rogers. I'm the Climate Action and Sustainability Coordinator for the City of Milwaukie. I'm here today to introduce the American Wind Week Proclamation and share with you why it's so important that we recognize clean energy infrastructure like wind in the Milwaukie community. So the climate crisis is upon us, and recognizing this, the Milwaukie community has taken steps to minimize our contributions to climate change and adapt for the changing future through the adoption of the Climate Action Plan and the establishment of our community's climate goals. This year, acknowledging the severity of the climate crisis and the need for immediate action, City Council declared a climate emergency, which accelerated these community climate goals, committing Milwaukie to a clean energy transition in order to achieve our goal of carbon-free electricity generation by 2030. Wind energy is one such carbon-free electricity source that helps bring clean, renewable energy to the Pacific Northwest. Wind farms support rural economies without being detrimental to the public health of neighboring communities, unlike dirty, carbon-intensive electricity sources like coal. We're fortunate for the wind generation in the region and nation that supports renewable programs such as the PGE Clean Wind Product, which the city participates in to achieve carbon neutrality for city operational electricity use. But that is not enough. To meet our community climate goals and to fully transition to a clean energy future that supports the public health, economic health, and environmental health of Oregon communities, we need to support the development of new carbon-free electricity generation sources like wind and phase out harmful fossil fuels. So for American Wind Week, I encourage us all to think about the future that we want for ourselves and for generations to come. Educate ourselves on clean energy like wind, and commit to action to support clean energy development and programs. By reading the Milwaukie Community Climate Action Plan, signing up for PGE's renewable energy products for residential energy, and exploring clean energy options for our businesses in Milwaukie, we can all do our part in helping our community take important steps towards a clean energy future. Thank you.
All right, and our proclamation.
Can I just say something real quick? I just wanted to say that it wasn't just good fortune that led Oregon to be in this situation with wind power. 20 years ago, we weren't set up for this. We didn't have an RFP that was pointed in this direction, and we didn't have leadership on the ground at the state level that was working toward it. And well, actually, it's more like 25 years ago we didn't have it. But it was a remarkable transformation that was made possible by some really visionary people who worked tirelessly to get us to where we are today. So I just wanted to acknowledge that there were real people who did work and made this happen. And that's always how we move forward on these kinds of things.
Thank you. Whereas the Milwaukie community has embraced carbon and sustainability goals in the face of climate change, the most pressing threat for our planet, and whereas the city of Milwaukie has formally adopted a climate action plan and declared a climate emergency on January 21st, 2020, accelerating the community's climate goals to better address the urgency of the climate crisis and calling for net zero emissions from electricity by 2030. And whereas the city calls on energy utilities, the state, the federal government, private enterprise, and Milwaukie community members to make and support unprecedented near-term investments in all forms of carbon-free renewable energy to help reach local and regional climate goals. And whereas wind energy is the largest provider of carbon-free renewable energy in the country, and whereas the wind industry is a major economic driver in towns and counties across Oregon, driving $7.3 billion in total capital investments to date and providing $25 million in annual lease payments to rural land ownership in 2019 alone. And whereas Oregon ranks 10th in the nation for installed wind capacity, and with continued investments in carbon-free energy, can continue to power local communities and businesses for years to come with a clean power source that meets Milwaukee's climate goals. Now, therefore, I, Mark Gamba, Mayor of the City of Milwaukie, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas in the state of Oregon, do hereby proclaim the week of August 9 through 15, 2020 to be American Wind Week in Milwaukie, and encourage all community members to learn more about the benefits of wind energy in Milwaukie and celebrate Oregon's leadership in carbon-free energy production. Alrighty. Our next item is the extension of the COVID-19 emergency declaration. And do you think you need to say anything?
Thrilling and exciting again. We did actually extend this 2 months instead of 1 month, this time at the request of council. So this is now through October.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
I would entertain a motion.
I move to extend the climate emergency declaration to October 6th, 2020.
I'll second it.
It has been moved and seconded to extend the...
Oh, can I say it again?
Sure.
Climate emergency.
Oh,
It
starts with a C.
randomly was in my head there. So I move to extend the COVID declaration of a state of emergency to October 6th, 2020.
I'll still second it.
It has been moved and seconded to extend the emergency declaration related to COVID-19 through October 6th, 2020. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard or seen. It passes unanimously. Okay, community comments. Scott, we got anybody hanging out waiting to comment?
Mr. Mayor, I do not see anybody. We have 2 audience members, and I don't see a hand raised. And I just checked the inbox, and there are no emails. But shortly before council met, we did receive an email from Jay Panagos remarking on the slow down signs that have been put up around the city, and he was very supportive and thankful and wanted to encourage the city to continue that program and expand. So that's the only comment that I've seen.
Okay.
I have a question or a comment. So I love the signs, and I see them especially on Lake Road. And I know that each NDA, I believe, had some to distribute. But I know in my neighborhood, so far, I've only seen 2, and I'm sure there are others that are up. I just haven't seen them. The neighborhoods are, of course, so large. And I was wondering if there are going to be more of them that we can distribute again, or how more of them could be on hand or whatever. I don't know what the process was or who did that or whatever.
Kelly.
It was me. So we divvied up. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I think it was like 20 or so signs that we gave to each NDA. And our PSAC reps were the liaisons back for the most part, unless I didn't hear from folks. And then we did a second reach out to the NDAs that we hadn't heard from. Lake had been one, and Llewellyn. And so we organized a time for them to come get some signs. I also worked with Jay directly, saying, hey, I think if you could work with the Bike Milwaukie crowd to help make sure they have access. So we gave Jay 20 signs. And then we had a number that we kept back for requests, and we sent folks to the events email. And so if they emailed the events email, then we would respond and set up a time for them to pick up a sign. And so we're out now. We've given them all out. And so I think that's why you're getting some requests in to see if we might be interested in buying some more. And I have been saying, no, we're out of, we did this sort of as a part of, we couldn't do Carefree. And we also, when we were having our conversations about slow street demonstration projects, and it wasn't looking like we were going to be able to do them in multiple parts of the city, we wanted something that the whole city could share in. And that was what the signs did. So I'm so excited that people have liked them. I think, Councilor Parks, to your point, we wanted the NDAs to be a part and to be deciding where they wanted it to go. And we did it based on requests. And so they're differently dispersed, depending on the NDA and depending on how they decided to do it. And if we want to do it again in the future, we may want to do that a little bit differently. And I'm totally open to any input or feedback that you have.
Well, I know that in my NDA, and I'm sure all the others, they're out somewhere. I just haven't seen them. But in my neighborhood, which is so dense, I mean, I would, if there ever comes an opportunity to have more, I'd let them. I actually had to take mine down for right now because it needs a new frame. My people that cut my grass keep moving it and breaking the frame. So I
have extra frames. So
I could probably use a couple because it may happen again.
Yeah, and I have also heard too, which I am encouraging, some folks got them because they were excited and they liked them. I actually think, Councilor Faulkner, you might be one of these folks, but then kind of gave it to someone who's on a little bit busier of a street. So actually within the neighborhoods, I've seen them moving around. I know within Island Station, some folks kind of got some and then moved them to try to help people slow down on Sparrow. So I know that within the community too, folks have been kind of reallocating them a little bit, but we can certainly get you another post.
They're great signs and beautiful graphics and very succinct message. So they're great. Yeah, and you can mark me down to bring me a couple of frames if you can. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any other hands raised or comments.
Okay, then I will skip reading the community comment portion. Ms. Ober, do we have any follow-up from last meeting?
We do not. I did just want to add that a chat did come on as we were talking about this, and it looks like E has offered up his sign. So E, we see your comment. We will address that after the meeting. But otherwise, I didn't see anything else to address.
Okay, thank you. On tonight's consent agenda, we have the minutes of the June 16th, 2020 work session, a resolution appointing Adam Karoshabadi and Jacob Sherman to the Planning Commission, a resolution authorizing a public improvement contract with Garland DBS Inc. in the amount of $117,737 for community development and fleet building roof repairs. We have a resolution acting as a local contract review board authorizing an agreement for planning services for the comprehensive plan implementation project. And we have an Oregon Liquor Control Commission application for Cha 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 Mexican Taqueria at 11008 Southeast Main Street for off-premise sales. Does any member of council wish to remove an item for consent from the consent agenda?
I would like to remove item D. It'll be quick.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda minus item D.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda minus item D.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda minus item D. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard or seen. So the consent agenda is approved. Item D, a resolution acting as the local contract review board authorizing an agreement for planning services for the comprehensive plan implementation project. Kathy.
Yeah, it's really quick. I love this contract. There was so much attention given to the community engagement piece that it really looks fantastic. And the only reason I pulled it is just to make a comment and a suggestion for something to possibly bring up with them in the services. I've been doing a deeper dive into different ways of doing community engagement around community development and getting super nerdy and, academic and calling up ghosts of my sociology past. And there's some really interesting research around a pretty new tool called Wiki Surveys. That is an online survey tool. It's already, they've got something there that makes it very easy to do these. So it's not like you have to become an expert in this thing. And the research seems to suggest that this can be a more effective way of engaging with people that you ordinarily have a much harder time of reaching. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up with the consultants. If they think it's a terrible idea, that's fine. But I wanted to get it on their radar as something to consider, given that we are really trying to figure out how to do a better job of serving different populations.
Cool. Thank you for that. So would you like to make a motion to approve the resolution?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution acting as the local contract review board, authorizing an agreement for planning services for the comprehensive plan implementation project.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass a resolution acting as the local contract review board, authorizing an agreement for planning services for the comprehensive plan implementation project. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None heard or seen. It passes unanimously. All right. Thank you. Our next item of business is the annexation of 9601 Southeast Stanley Avenue, file number A-2020-003, an ordinance. This will be presented by our associate planner, Brett Kelber.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Gamba and councilors. I'm Brett Kelver, Associate Planner with the city. Are you ready to make the city just a little bit bigger?
Always.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen real quickly here. So this annexation file, A-2020-003 is for the property at 9601 Southeast Stanley Avenue. It's a pretty straightforward annexation situation. This is a property within our Northeast Sewer Extension area. As we've discussed and gone over before, it's pretty patchworky in this area. On this image, the properties that show up clearly, where the photo looks clear, those are ones that remain outside of the city. So we are still filling it in. I think we're under 100 properties still to go here. This property has made an emergency connection to the sewer as part of a recent sale transaction. They've paid all their fees. They've signed a consent to annex and follow through with the process. And we've found them to meet all of the applicable approval criteria here. And so our recommendation is that you approve the annexation, and this property will come into the city with a low density residential designation and an R10 zone. Do you have any questions?
I'm struck by the islands, and there's at least one, and I'm just wondering, if I'd like to eventually see a larger kind of a scale of zoomed out version of this to see how many islands there are, because it looks like on this there's at least one that's completely surrounded by annexed properties.
Right. Yeah. In this, I'm sorry, I don't have that graphic.
It's okay. Area, it just sparked a question for me. It wasn't.
Yeah, it is true that there are more and more of them that are more properties that are surrounded by sites that have annexed into the city. So, at some point, maybe we'll want to make a push to kind of encourage folks to follow through with the annexation process. I think with this NICI program, we set it up where we were providing the sewer and encouraging folks to come in, but not requiring them to annex unless they were redeveloping the property or their septic system failed and they had to connect. So. Yeah, I don't know. At some point, if the leadership will want to make a little bit more of a push, I think we're almost finished with the incentive period. When we first did this project, there was quite an incentive available through some funds the city had available to kind of help people with some of those costs of the reimbursement, and we're almost at the end of that period.
Almost at the end, it's a time or it's an amount of money?
I think it was every year the percentage of a certain property's reimbursement fee that could be covered, or there would be some assistance for. I think it was a time-based thing, and I think we're down to kind of the final year of
so
that.
So we did talk, I don't know, 6 or 8 or 10 months ago at one of these about kind of the idea of was there any kind of incentive we could offer to push the last of them. And I think, there's that question on the table, of course, not for tonight, but also we have a big island annexation potential over by North Clackamas Park. And, I think we probably ought to be having conversations about that.
Fair enough. Any other questions?
I don't have any. And I can't see anybody. If you could unshare there you go. Thank you. Anybody? Any questions? Nope. All righty, then I would entertain a motion.
I can do that. I move for the adoption of the ordinance annexing a tract of land identified as tax lot 1SE30BDB00500 and located at 9601 Southeast Stanley Avenue into the city limits of the city of Milwaukie file A-2020-003.
It has been moved and seconded for adoption of the ordinance annexing a tract of land identified as tax lot 1S 2E 30DB 00500 and located at 9601 Southeast Stanley Avenue into the city limits of the city of Milwaukie, file number A-2020-003. Is there any further?
Who seconded that? My monitor froze. Who seconded that?
Angel.
I did, and maybe
Angel.
Lisa. I don't.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, continue.
That's okay. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. Ms. Over, would you read the ordinance by title twice, please?
An ordinance of the city of Milwaukie, Oregon, annexing a tract of land identified as tax lot 1S2E30DB 00500 and located at 9601 Southeast Stanley Avenue into the city limits of the city of Milwaukie, file number A-2020-003. And again, an ordinance of the city of Milwaukie, Oregon, annexing a tract of land identified as tax lot 1S2E30DB 00500 and located at 9601 Southeast Stanley Avenue into the city limits of the city of Milwaukie, file number A-2020-003.
Mr. Stopper, would you please poll the council?
Councillor Heisey.
Aye.
Council President Faulkner.
Aye.
Councillor Beatty.
Aye.
Councillor Parks.
Aye.
Mayor Gamba.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0. Ordinance 2194.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Brett? You said that, we knew that having to connect to sewer is the trigger for most people. But I've noticed that quite a few of them have been happening at the time a property is sold, not redeveloped necessarily, but just sold. So is it that their lender or someone is making them connect to sewer? Is it coming out of house inspector things? I mean, how is that triggering that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know exactly. I would imagine that either of those may be part of the reason that the buyer, upon receiving the result of a home inspection, decides I want to condition the sale on, but if there's sewer available, let's get it connected. I don't know about the lender issue. That may be one as well. But you're right. I think several of the last ones we've seen have been kind of in the context of properties changing hands.
Yeah. Okay. I just thought maybe somebody had said to you what was prompting them. So, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good to see you all. Have a good night and take care.
You too. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
All right. Our next item is engineering projects and update, and this will be presented by our city engineer, Steve Adams, and our assistant city engineer, Jennifer Garbely.
Good evening.
Evening.
Welcome to August. Another hour and a half over. Man, just started. Welcome. Jen Garby and I are going to go through the CIP projects as we're currently working through them. Jen will handle most of the presentation. As we know, she is the capital projects manager, so she'll be taking on more and more of this presentation on the CIP projects as we move forward. Let me share my screen if I'm able to now. I am. And we have a PowerPoint on it. I know I prepared a staff report talking about the projects, but we have a little PowerPoint to go with it. And if anybody has a question, I think it's easiest to answer them as we go. So just indicate somehow that you have a question, and we'll.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is that a new role for Jennifer? Is that something that's no? Okay, I just hadn't heard that introduced that way before.
You're right. No, this has been my role since I've started with the city of Milwaukie. So, all right, let's go to the first slide.
She is stepping up to the plate though, and making it more her job.
Well, it's so good to see you all. So let's start off. McBride, we are moving along. We've been doing lots of engagement with the local businesses throughout construction. So a lot of in-person. That project just kind of required us to see what's going on and see how the construction actually affects the businesses and to be able to keep moving forward. They're currently working, as you see in the picture, on some storm. This is just taken this week. They're finishing up some catch basins. And the exciting part is they're going to start doing curbs and sidewalks, and then the roadway is going to be coming on. And this is just going to change the look of this street so fast. So keep an eye out because it's coming. The one downside that you know about is the water work. We did hit contaminated soil. We will get a final figure, but it's looking about 400,000 in contaminated soil, the entire length of the water line. So that definitely hurts. We will be back for a change order for approval. I just want to make sure we got final numbers, which we should be getting within the next week or so. However, we are on target to meet our completion. December 2020 is the end of their contract, but they're moving along actually quicker than that at this point.
Jennifer, do you have any idea what the contamination was caused by or whom or whatever?
I don't know from where, but it is petroleum based.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it's just along the water line.
It's in the roadway. The water line was affected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So a couple, this isn't really a question, but it's just sort of a discussion I wanted to put on the table. And a couple of us were on an email chain 6 weeks ago or so about whether conduit was being put in for fiber here. Because that's our North Milwaukie Industrial Area Plan calls for laying fiber through the area. It wasn't scoped into this project, and I guess I just want to know, how do we make, I mean, this is probably the only really big project in the NMIA anytime soon, but how do we make sure that we're checking against our enacted plans so that we catch those things?
All right. Well, Jen and I chatted about this, and I decided I would take this question should it arise tonight. I think it's a great idea to put high-speed internet underground. I've done it most of my career. The problem with this project is, while it's in an idea plan for North Milwaukie to do it, there is no funding for it. And we would need to know what pot of money we wanted to use to put conduit in. And any pot of money we use to put the conduit in is going to decrease that fund's availability for use on other projects. So in this case here, the conduit with the contaminated soil, if the conduit went in the same contaminated soil, we would have had another $200,000 change order for disposing of it. I'm thinking about half the size of a water trench. So it would have cost quite a bit. And then the cost to put it in is also fairly substantial. The conduit itself is cheap. It's just a matter of trenching and burying and putting in some bolts and stuff along the way. So I guess looking forward, there is the next big North Milwaukie project is scheduled for 2025. That's going to be taking Main Street and doing the SSMP work on Main Street all the way up to Ochoco and over to McLaughlin. It also involves, I think, Mailwell resurfacing it and whatnot. So if council does want to pursue that, I think we just need to know how to fund it.
And there may be a different picture when it comes to fiber in the county by the time we get closer to that date, because it remains to be seen. But certainly the county has been actively pursuing how to create an affordable fiber network in Clackamas.
So it seems like we ought to put a pin in, say, 2022 to like have a conversation about this if the county hasn't come up with a plan by then.
Sure.
Yeah, or when we do the next budget update would be an ideal time also to look at that and see how we want to move on with this project or a lot of our projects, where else we might want it. Because I know International Way is going to be coming up about that same time, and that might be an area where we'd also want it. I don't know. I'm just guessing here.
If you have notes that you keep on future things like that, Steve, can you stick that in your notes for budget discussion?
I can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also just want to jump in really quick. We also do have an internal process. We do project charters where we kind of establish what our scope and schedule and budget and the main elements of the project are. And we actually have a section on that, Councilor Beatty, specifically for plans information. It doesn't mean that all of the elements of the plans, in fact, many of them are unfunded elements. You have to test it against the budget at the end. But I just wanted to let you know that internally we do have a process that we work through before we initiate a project to check our plans.
Any other questions?
All right.
Okay, Meek Street Storm South Phase. Have you guys seen the pond?
I have. Beautiful.
It's looking so good. And there's going to be benches. They're coming soon. So the benches, I think, just came in this week. And so they should be installing those within the next week or two. In addition, trees. I do want to let you know I added an additional 26 trees along Railroad. There was an opportunity. We were putting in irrigation already for the pond. So we ran the irrigation up along Railroad. So all 26 trees are irrigated, and just kind of looking at beautifying that area and helping with that carbon footprint.
Nice. Good job. Thank you.
The Murphy site, we did run into, last time I think it was one underground storage tank. There was actually 3. They have now been removed, and so now we do have the ability to come into the site and put in the last pipe segment, which is exciting. The Murphy site was really great. They jumped on it, and they did get that taken care of for us. The next one is CenturyLink. So we do have a conflict at the well site. At this point, we did issue a letter that they needed to have it completed by July 31st. They did not meet that deadline. So we have cited them, and they are working as quickly as possible to resolve that. So I'm hoping within the next 3 weeks, we can get back in there, as we do have an issue. The contractor's not available within this 3 weeks. So if they don't come back, we're going to have a little bit bigger of an issue, as our system's not connected at the well site at this point because of this utility conflict. So got Justin involved, and we've got Tim involved to help us put that pressure on, and we are seeing progress move forward. All right. North. Yeah, let's move to north. So Public Works and Engineering got together, and we evaluated the 2 options for North Phase Milwaukie Storm Project. First option was to buy the property at Belfour from the railroad and provide a gravity system all the way to Roswell. The second option was to build this storm pond on the hillside property from the county, and then build a pump station that would go up to 29th and then connect to Roswell. With reviewing all the options, we've decided the gravity system is more efficient. If we go the other route, we would be subject to a pump station for the life of the system. We would be paying not only to maintain it, but also utility costs. And it really didn't pan out. So we had to kind of put our bias aside, and we are moving forward with purchasing the property from the railroad. They've agreed. I will be coming back to you within the next month for that resolution to purchase that property. And we are looking at, though, another option at the hillside. We have this property and they have room to do water quality facility. So our facility that we are building is for detention. It's for those big storms, so we have room to pull that water together and have space for it. What we want to do at the hillside site is actually provide water quality, so we have clean water coming through this system. And so we're going to provide a proposal to them and see if they are interested in treating their water on their site, their stormwater, and then some of our low flow water through there. The high flows we will bypass and continue on to our ponds so we don't overflow their system. But we are looking at some other options there that's kind of exciting.
Can you show us where Hillside is vis-a-vis this?
It's to the south of the Belfour site. And you have control, Steve. The Belfour site is that green blob
It's
in
to
this
the right.
drawing.
It's that way. It's to the right. It's off the screen to the right.
Green. And it's next door. It's next door. And I'm sorry. I picked this picture because this was the option we're looking at doing. But yes.
Yeah. I think it's the next property up past the last one you see here is Hillside.
Correct.
I'm feeling turned around. Okay, I'm looking at it from the. Okay, I am looking.
You're flying over the industrial area, looking.
Right.
Up is east, left is north. It's kind of an odd angle having north kind of over on the left side of the picture.
So, another question. Does anything about acquiring this property, I mean, I guess if it's going to be a stormwater facility, the answer is probably no, but I wanted to put it out there. One of the things in the NMIA plan is about creating new connectivity, pedestrian, not road, but bike or pedestrian connectivity between the NMIA into Ardenwald. Is anything about this going to offer an opportunity in that regard?
At present, no, it's just a stormwater facility. I know when we redid the CIP, Kelly, Jen, and I, and Layla noticed a couple of these ideas of connecting the two sides. The cost and the reality of making it happen with the railroad, I think they're both in the unfunded category. So I think they're still part of the CIP, whether in the back part as unfunded, and it would be fairly expensive. I know right now my old city is looking at putting a ped bridge over I-5, and just that I think is about a $10 million project. I can check with a friend of mine who manages the project, but they're in early design stages, and it would be probably a similar cost here and across the tracks. Maybe a little bit less because you won't have quite the distance, but it would be spendy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. This is one of the ones I'm shepherding through. So I've been working with Stephen on the Lake Road. As you know, I've reported on it in the past a few times. Again, we all remember my conversation in May where we thought we were running out of time in order to get the project out to bid and still get the special asphalt ordered and installed by late September. So we did push this back a season. That allowed us to do a better look at some other areas, and we're taking that opportunity. We actually have a little side contract on the geotechnical work to give us a little better idea of what's under the road. We've had just a couple or three explorations done, and we want to make sure we have a pretty good understanding on each side of the road so we don't find lower our chance of finding some unknowns under the road. So we're going to do a little more geotechnical exploration, and we need to have some help in figuring out how to do Willard, because the Northwest Housing built a new curb and asphalt along the south edge. The high school from Center Lane North built a new road. And so we got a little strip of road that's about 10, maybe 12 feet wide that's all broken up. And we were going to do a grind and overlay on it. And the contractor said, man, that road's so alligatored, I'm afraid you won't be able to do a grind and overlay. Grinding will tear up the whole road, and we got to redo it. So we're going to geotech look at that and give us a little suggestion on how best we can repair Willard. We're still looking to go out to bid in October. We should have the plans finished in September. But yeah, it won't affect next summer's schedule at all. We still want the road done by the time school opens in September 21. Any comments, questions, or?
I just remember we were worrying before about the pods, but they're long gone, so that's good.
Pods are gone. They're no longer a factor. True. Okay.
Linwood. I hope you're getting excited because I'm getting super excited about Linwood. This is coming. It is coming quick and fast. I'm actually looking at 90% drawings this week that we're kind of handing back to the consultants so we can be ready for going out to bid September 2020. Just a little bit about engagement. We did an in-person open house, 30% in October 2019. It had about 85 attendees. So super attended, really well representative. Definitely some things that we needed to hear. The in-person open house at 60% was in January 2020 this year, and it had 50 attendees. So really well attended, which was great. Our next kind of engagement for this project will be, hey, we've got a contractor. This is what it's looking like, and this is when we'll be starting the project. So we're on schedule to construct winter 2020 and have it completed fall 2021. I'm looking at a substantial completion deadline that I'd like to see on the contract at September 1. So it's open before next school year. That's exciting. I hope you're excited as well.
Definitely excited.
All right.
Do we know what the county's schedule is for their part of Linwood?
They're about a year behind us, so they are just starting to enter into design right now. And so I think they've got an open house coming up within the next couple months. But they are, I don't know if you've gotten an opportunity to see, but they are following our lead, and they're going to continue the pass all the way to Johnson Creek.
Nice.
So it's a little bit different right around the bridge to cross over, but they are continuing that path, and it looks pretty neat. So
I did not know about that, and that just took my breath away. That's really, yeah. You know, the first time I saw the rendering in the video, I actually cried a little bit, and that literally just kind of got me. That's huge for that neighborhood.
yeah.
Huge, really huge.
And big thanks to Wendy Marshall. She's been leading this effort and working with the county real closely to kind of tie these two projects together. So very exciting.
Very cool.
Any other questions? All right, next slide. River and 22nd. So engagement, we did a couple unique things here. We did a table at Island Station's NDA picnic, which I thought was really neat. It was a kind of a different setting to be able to meet with people. We've done a community survey, and then an in-person open house. They had about 11 attendees, so a little bit smaller, but I would say Island Station's probably a little bit smaller in that sense. And then they've reached out a lot with letters for individuals to identify driveway issues and or new trees that we are planting per this project. Contract has been awarded. I do not have a schedule yet. The contractor's getting really close. They've just submitted all of their paperwork for the contract, and their next steps is to provide us a schedule and traffic control plans. And as soon as we have those, they will also schedule our pre-construction management meeting. So we will be sending out a postcard when we have that information out to the neighborhood. But word I have is they want to start in October. So we'll see if that stays or if they're going to push that a little bit more. They have until technically October 2021 to complete the project, but we will see. Councilor Beatty?
Yeah, I wondered where they're going to stage their equipment.
That is for them to figure out. As long as they're not causing a traffic issue, we won't be stepping in. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to have a staging area elsewhere that's close by that then they bring stuff in. So we will see how that works out. But we have not received any traffic control plans yet. But we're excited to kick it off.
I just want to note that that open house was held right at the beginning of the COVID outbreak, before we really knew how safe it was to be in person or around each other. So I do think that contributed to the low attendance.
Good to know. The one thing that was positive about that, I did notice, is of the 11, 8 people signed up for updates. So at least we were building a stakeholders list and people to reach out to. So that was, I think, at least positive.
Yeah, and I have heard from neighbors who are directly affected that they have been in contact with the city, and I have not heard any complaints about anyone feeling left out of the discussion. So I think it's been effective. So great.
Awesome. Great. Any other questions? All right.
Actually, I do.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I've been kind of curious how I think the grade on rivers and to some degree 22nd is steeper than would typically be ADA grade. Is that not right?
So yeah, that's a great question. So to meet ADA requirements is actually the sidewalk meets the slope of the roadway. So the only spots that we have to really think about is actually when you have a transition. So your ramps and your intersection is when you actually flatten them out so you have a space to turn around and go in another direction. But otherwise, our sidewalk will flow with the roadway.
It will. And that's ADA.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, my understanding is that the sidewalk, as long as you follow the center line grading of the road, you're legal. When you get to an ADA ramp that drops it down to a corner, you have to lengthen the ramp to up to 15 feet to catch the grade. So rather than the ramp being 8 feet long, you have to lengthen it out to 15 feet. And then after that, the ADA US Access score says you don't need to chase the grade any more than that.
You've done the best you can.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, 43rd. Engagement. So this project, we had the opportunity to do an in-person open house, 30% in January 2020. I believe there was about 30 attendees. I might have to recheck that number, but I think it was about 30, 35 attendees for that open house. The next one, we're going to do a virtual, more informational site. This is to allow people to see what's going on, how the project has progressed. It'll go live August 20th, 2020. And you'll be able to comment through September 4th, 2020. So it's more of an informational base, but you have an opportunity to make any comments. They had good feedback at the 30% and not a whole lot of aggression as far as what we were proposing to do at that point. So we felt an informational virtual site allowed people to comment, kind of see a little bit more of the design, where we're at. Here's one of the typical sections that will be part of that. I really like the graphics on this. I think Century West did an awesome job as far as kind of showing what this is going to look like. We're proposing a 10-foot multi-use path on one side of the road with a sidewalk on the other, as we didn't have as much right-of-way as we had in for Linwood. So kind of a neat hybrid of what we're doing in this area. We're on schedule. We're going to go out to bid October 2020. And then this is proposed to be constructed this winter through fall 2021. And it will have an October 2021 deadline is what we're looking at for that.
So it's very exciting. We're going to have lots of ribbon cuttings in fall of 2021, right? Hopefully we'll all be able to gather by then. So, yeah.
Kelly, be ready. We're coming.
Is the 10-foot, is the path on the east or west side of 43rd? Which way are we looking at this?
I believe it's on the west side.
Yes, you're looking north, it's on the west side.
On the west side.
Yeah, the way the existing street, for whatever reason, is not centered in the right-of-way. It's off-centered to the east. And so we went with the natural locate with just the existing location on the street. It made more sense that we had more right-of-way on the west side. So, and the path as you see it here, where there's trees or where there's areas where we need to avoid, the path will kind of wander back and forth in that 19 feet to avoid trees or to allow people to have a little longer driveways who might get curb tight so they have a place to park their car in front of the garage, because there's a lot of homes on the west side. The driveway is half in the right of way. So that's one of the concerns we have going forward with this.
So Steve, I will just say, welcome to Milwaukie. The street is never in the middle of the right of way, I don't think.
Do you have the map of this project or just this?
I don't have a map at this point.
So it goes from where to where on 43rd?
So we're just north of King.
Okay.
So we're not touching the intersection at King on 43rd. It travels to Howie, and then it turns left and goes to 42nd.
Oh.
And then we're picking up, Beth has a little bit of work on 42nd, so this project will include some additional work on 42nd that we're picking up as part of this work as well. It's a small $300,000 project. We really wanted to include this in to get a better price and get a contractor to do both of them at one time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
next.
Homewood Edison. It has a different name in the CIP when you see it. It's a little generic, so we're gonna keep calling it Homewood and Edison for my sanity. We just recently, in an engagement effort, did a virtual open house. I had 35 community members. This one was unique, actually. We really wanted to do this before engineering started, and we wanted to get a sense of what the community's concerns were. And so we did a walking tour virtually up the street. And then after the open house, turned around and did a community survey. And another tool we pulled is this fact sheet. I thought I would show you. This is just kind of another thing we're thinking about on how we can engage and communicate with the community. We're trying to be as creative as possible with all types of scenarios that we're facing now. And then we've been working with Hector Campbell, NDA, as well. So right now, we basically just have done this first engagement piece. We have started design survey. We had survey for home, but we needed also wood. So we're picking up that information, which should be to us this month. And really to kick this off in September. So we're going to see the engineers kind of focusing in on this design. It'll be Beth Pertel and Tessie Prentice. Any questions?
All right. Monroe Street Greenway. This is mine again. I like it because I'm a cyclist, so I want to kind of get a hands. This is something I find will be a very interesting project as we move forward. So we're almost on the doorstep of hiring WSP USA Engineering. They're a firm renowned for multimodal concept ideas and whatnot. They're going to help us put together all the little things we need to sign the prospectus with ODOT. So ODOT has to manage the funds because it is Metro RAFA money and it is ODOT STIP funds, and we need ODOT to manage the funds. We'll work with ODOT, and mostly us. We envision hiring a final design consultant and then working with the citizens and the businesses and the NDAs and moving this forward. But WSP will get us a very initial view of it. It'll be something less than 30% plan, so just very conceptual of what we're wanting to do. We will still bring the NDAs in this fall. Jen and I and Kelly and team of city staff, possibly GLA. I'm not sure if GLA will have a role in this or not. We'll talk more with Kelly, but we'll start bringing in them for comments. It'll be interesting. This is going to be a lot of public input and a lot of time spent with citizens and trying to make people happy and then trying to explain why we can't make them happy. So yeah, it'll be a very challenging project. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to reach out and include people from Bike Milwaukie, Linwood NDA, Hector Campbell NDA. And, you know, this is beyond just their local neighborhood. This is a regional greenway, multi-use path, cyclist route. So it really is going to go beyond just their local. It goes through their neighborhoods, but it's a citywide project. So we'll really be working with citywide businesses and groups and other NDAs and get a lot of input, and with being respectful for the fact that this directly impacts Linwood and Hector Campbell. So, but I think it'll be real exciting. We'll have a lot more to talk about. I think the next time we give you an update on where we're at, where we've talked, what we've heard from citizens and NDAs, where the design is taking place, and this will really ramp up in 2021. WSP will have their work pretty much done by December. Then we just need to sign this agreement with ODOT and hire a consultant. And 2021, we'll really start seeing some things. So it's pretty exciting in that. Linwood's going to get done next summer, 21. The county's Linwood will likely get done in summer of 22. And this project should start construction. The budget shows it in 23. So hopefully we can meet that, and this will tie in great with the Linwood multi-use paths.
I just love that we have, really in the course of 3 years, we're going to totally transform the landscape for anyone who's not in a car trying to travel anywhere on the east side. So it's really cool. I don't think we can even anticipate what a difference this is all going to make to the livability of that whole side of the city.
Yeah, it'll be huge. It'll be great. Unfortunately, right when all these get built, my office moves to downtown. But I think I can still go up Linwood and come down Monroe. I can still do that, be a little bit out of my way, but still might be worth the ride.
You know, it can be your warm-up lap.
There we go. There we go. All right.
So in addition to the NDAs, I would just really encourage you, we had a committee or task force or whatever they were on the whole Monroe Greenway planning like 4 or 5 years ago. And some of those people are in Milwaukie, so you'll hit them that way, but they're not all. So I would definitely, and some of them live in the neighborhoods, but again, not all. So I would definitely encourage you to pull out that list and make sure that those people are people that you're keeping updated as well.
Okay, will do. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. Listen, thanks for mentioning that. I sat on that and had the opportunity to chair it, and I know those people are still really vested in what's going on the Monroe Greenway, because I still get a lot of questions. So. Yeah.
And as you all get those questions, sorry to jump in, but if you can help. So this mini contract we're doing right now is really just the first step to get the funds turned on. That's for the big contract, and the big contract will have the big public engagement. So we know that folks are interested and concerned and want to know what we're up to, and we want to be transparent about that. But what we want to do with this very first phase is get just enough done so that we can clear that NEPA hurdle. Yeah. And make sure that our Fed friends know that we're good, and you can put the money in the account and flip the switch, and we can get moving on the bigger project. So they'll hear more. They'll be more formalized. Like maybe, I don't know if it'll be another committee, but more formalized kind of engagement bodies as we flip the switch on the bigger contract. So just as you're getting questions, if folks are saying like, oh, but what are they doing? We're still getting ready. But we do, I think, this kind of top tier kind of fatal flaw analysis work and outreach that will happen in the fall, along with some good informational materials just on next steps is kind of what you'll see.
And something else I'll add is, while it's not managed by the city, but it's tied to the Greenway project. So the Monroe apartments, they are proceeding. They've gone at a very slow pace. So they're pushing back construction until 2021. But just the last couple of days, they gave us the latest revised copy of the development agreement we are working with them on. And if we can nail this development agreement down, again, we're having them build the section of the multi-use path going from Washington and 37th, going north along the west side of 37th up to Monroe, and then it'll go west down to Oak Street on the south side of Monroe. But we want them to build it's a 16-foot wide multi-use path, so it'll be a 6-foot sidewalk. There'll be concrete and a 10-foot two-way bike path that'll be asphalt. But we want them to add that to their development, and then we'll tie the Monroe Street Greenway into it. So that is still progressing, and hopefully we can see that piece constructed next summer in 21. And this is our last slide, so we're done unless people have questions or about anything.
Mr. Mayor, if you entertain it, we've received an email to the OCR mailbox about one of the projects. Do you want me to read that?
Sure.
Okay. Let me find my email just a minute. Mr. Rod Smith, Milwaukie resident. This is in regards to the 43rd, 42nd Avenue project, I think the Howe one. He asks, will this increase the street and west side path to more sun and increase the temperature during the day?
I don't think I understood the first part of that sentence.
Yeah.
Will this increase the what?
He asks, will this increase the street and west side path to more sun? I'm wondering if he's asking about how will this impact the tree canopy and increase the temperature perhaps on the sidewalk or perhaps in general?
Yeah, that's how I hear it.
So
are we creating more open space and more pavement that's going to lead to heat island effect?
There will be more asphalt being added. I can handle it unless Jen wants to speak up on it, but I'm pretty familiar with this still. So the 10-foot path on the west side will be a pervious asphalt, I think. It's very similar to what we have planned for the Linwood. So it'll be a concrete driveways and then the pervious asphalt path, but the asphalt does heat up and will get warmer. We have not designed the landscape plans yet. We will be looking at what trees to plant and what to do. There'll be it'll be either a dry landscape area or water quality swale on the west side of the street that will help in treating stormwater. Right now, we don't know how many trees we'll add or need to add, but something we will definitely keep in mind. We are trying to get as much shade as possible in the city. We're trying to limit the impacts to the existing trees by meandering the sidewalk back and forth between the edge of right-of-way and the edge of the street. So we have that in mind, but no doubt it will add more asphalt surface. Yes.
Mr. Smith just wrote an email that suggested that you interpreted his question correctly. So thank you.
Okay.
So I think this is a particularly good meeting, and we're seeing a lot of the big projects that people have wanted for so long really come to fruition. And I just want to point out for folks that get impatient that this is happening now because of conversations that started 8 years ago. And it took some doing, right? It took a change on council. It took a lot of things to get us to this place. And this is an extraordinary process. The SAFE program is extraordinary. There are a lot of cities that are really jealous of what we're doing right now.
This is fun stuff.
All right. Thank you guys very much. That was exciting.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is the Festival Street Plaza closure protocols. A discussion. This will be led by Assistant City Manager Kelly Brooks and Event Specialist Brenna Cruz.
Hi, everyone. This won't be as exciting as the last one, so hopefully I get a little carryover effect.
We'll be the judge of that, Kelly.
It's not. I'm just going to tell you.
Do you miss being our engineering director, Kelly?
I know. I gave all the fun stuff away. No, festival streets are fun also. I just don't have a lot to tell you, but I have some questions. So let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, I think I can. Okay, I want to share that.
I know you can do it. I have photographic evidence.
I did do it one time and you saw it. That was a big day for me. Okay. All right. I think I can do this from the beginning. Okay. So we talked to you. I feel like it's been more than a year. And we said, hey, we're going to open up this new festival street in downtown. We should probably have some rules about when we do that and how we do that, because it's our only one. We don't have another one. We should think about it. And so Jen, and I don't know if Layla came, but they sort of just talked through some of the issues. We're still working through some of those, but I'm going to give you just an update on what we have figured out, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of things. So we have used it once. That was part of what we talked to you about the last time. We said, how about we try it out and we see how it works, and then we make up our rules after we experience it. And so we had the ribbon cutting. I think most of you were there, maybe all of you were there. It was super fun, and the cutest part was definitely the kids hula hooping in the middle on top of the salmon. It was adorable, and it makes me kind of sad that we can't do that right now, but yeah, it was really great. And we did learn some things that were helpful just about particularly putting the bollards in and out. But everything worked. That was kind of nice too. So as you know, we ran conduit for farmers market. And so we got to test that out and plug some things in. We also found some holes in the street that we needed to cover up. And so we did that as well. So it was good. But that's the only event we've had down there. So what have we been doing? So we did hire, I brought Brenna into this conversation. I'm still making both Jen and Layla talk to me about this project, but Brenna, now this is kind of her baby. I don't know if she's on here anywhere, but she was having a little bit of internet problems. But so she's really been helping me kind of continue to round out how we're going to make this work since she came on board. And so we had initially thought we may just need our own process just for this plaza, like separate from everything else. We've since dispensed with that idea. We have a temporary event permit. We're going to use the temporary event permit, but we're going to have special rules related to the use of the plaza, and I'll talk to you about what some of those are, which we'll attach to it when it goes around for review. So here's what some of those things are. So traffic control. We have the bollards. They go in, they stop traffic. What else do we need to put up so that people don't run into those bollards, if anything? So we need a little bit more direction from our friends in engineering about what a standard traffic control plan should be for this, because it would be the same every time, whether you're doing a half or a full, partial or full closure of the plaza. And so we still need to finalize those details. We also had talked about who should have the authority to close. We would like it just to be the city. It's a city street, so city staff would be the only people. We don't just leave the bollards out and say, hey, farmers market, come put them in. Right now, and you should push back if you'd like to, but we're saying that would be a city function. City would go get the posts, we would put them in, it'd be kind of a public works thing. The next thing we have to work through is more formalizing the public notice. So who would have to be noticed and when, and far how in advance for a closure, because there definitely are impacts. And the last one is cost. So this is kind of the main thing I probably would like to hear you talk to me about tonight, is since I am proposing that it's a city function, city comes out, puts them in, takes them out. That's usually on weekends or evenings if that's happening. Should we be charging a fee for this particular use? We don't charge anything for our temporary event fees now. And so should we consider charging a fee given the size of this and the involvement of staff in the process? I think I asked you that again later, so I'll just move on for now. But just to remind, this is what a partial versus a full looks like. And this is just to kind of give you a sense of, there are, the main impacted property owners when we do a closure are the Bloom building and that lot, and then kind of Broken Arrow by association. Our friends in the post office can get in and out because we did a lot of work to lower the road and build a turnaround, so they're good. But we do, when we close this, when we do the full closure, you can't access that lot at Bloom, which is the next kind of, go ahead, which I do, we have to, right now, I'm not here saying we're proposing that we do this only on weekends or only from 6 to 9, Monday through Friday, because I need a little more from engineering before I come back with that. But I do think that's ultimately where I would like to be, is just make it really clear that maybe during business hours, we don't allow the closure, since if there's two impacted businesses potentially to the full closure, you can't do it then. Or if it's more traffic based, it could be you're avoiding peak hour. I think avoiding peak hour could actually end up being problematic, because I think a lot of events would happen during peak hour. So I don't know that that's going to work, but I need engineering, and I have asked them to do a little more digging for me on rights of access, traffic impacts, and see if we can start to narrow in on some exclusion time when we're just not going to talk about closing it, because it is still a street.
Kelly,
any questions about that?
Yeah. Am I remembering right that Broken Arrow has access to some parking on the east side of that building, and that they can access it from behind the post office?
That's a good question. I wish Jen was still here.
I am.
Jen, is that true?
They have employee parking, not necessarily customer parking.
Okay.
Their employees park behind their building, and they do have access from the post office. They have to go through the post office to get to that space there. Mm-hmm. There has been possible talk that on Sundays when the post office isn't operating, when they're closed, that maybe they could possibly use some of that to be some of their parking on Sunday. Because they are open Saturdays and Sundays.
Right. And I think they do a fair amount of business on the weekends because it's a lot of people come to use the shooting range inside.
Correct.
Yeah.
So conversations that still need to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to just a little history lesson here. Clear back when we were the gang of 9 that were originally conceiving of a plaza being here. It looked very different at the end of that process, but the concept was that plaza would be a plaza every weekend, all weekend. So in other words, it would close whenever that is, 7 o'clock at night on Friday, and it would open at 5 a.m. on Monday. And I'm not necessarily advocating for that at this point. I think that concept worked well when that area was built out the way it was conceived to be built out. And right now it's a little bit different than that. But I do think it should be kept sort of in people's minds and thought processes that should be a possibility. It should be something we should potentially consider. And it would be interesting to see a traffic count on a typical Saturday and typical Sunday before the farmers market moves down there.
Yeah, I think some traffic analysis probably is in the cards for us just a little bit here to see, to kind of go back to that original question. We have some questions just about, okay, what happened when I close it? What happens? And should that dictate anything for us about the hours of use? But that is good historical kind of context to have just in terms of the original intent. I understand. I do believe that desired outcome was very much tied to that design. So I don't know that it's plausible in this, but I think just reiterating that the hope was that this could be in place a lot and used a lot is helpful in terms of trying to make sure we're not too restrictive on when you can use it. Is that fair?
Sure. And as to your question of should we charge and how much, do we have a guesstimate, say for the average Sunday farmers market, what kind of overtime or whatever we'd be paying to have somebody from Peter's shop coming down and, putting those in and taking them out?
I don't, because I wanted to ask you first the again, to go back to the intent of this space. But my guess is it's a single person for 4 hours, is my guess of overtime. So
keeping in mind that the concept, at least on the farmers market, is that the bollards, at least enough bollards, be out of the street that the farmers can pull through, drop off their stuff, set up their booth, and then pull out. Mm-hmm. Part of the reasoning or the desire to lower the road underneath the railroad trestle too was so that can happen more effectively.
And I did see the time we did the event, people take them in and out to get in and out. And I think we should expect that. They're not that, you can lift them. Like when folks were doing delivery.
Like lock or something. Okay.
When people were needing to, like at the end of the night, when I saw kind of the tent folks that were leaving, they were taking them out and driving on out and getting out when they needed to. And it didn't seem problematic that was allowed to occur. So I don't know that I'm not heading down the path of locking them down and then requiring any time a single person wants to leave that you would then have us do it. I think it's that initial closing and opening, and then the storage of them. Because I don't want to have to replace them, to be honest, as very often. So it's that getting them on site that first time and then taking them back and storing them.
I'm sorry, where are you? Why do they need to be stored?
Don't they need to be stored, Jen? Am I making that up?
Aren't they coming out of the side sort of facing like the northwest access and going into the east-west access and going into the north-south access?
We're using most of them, but I think we're there's actually like 2 that we are not as far as in the roadway, because the at Maine and Washington, we only needed to place 4 bollards. There's actually 6 on one side and 6 on the other side that line the plaza during the regular roadway. So, but what we did for that event is we just left them in, Kelly. So we left 2 in, and it was no big deal having those 2 left in, because it still opened up the space hugely. So there's some thought process in that. The other side, on the south side, where we block off from the post office side, we actually used all 6. Or was it 5? I can't remember now. It was either 5 or 6, very close. If we do a partial closure, we'd probably need actually most of them to do that partial closure. I have not installed the cans for that, but we could still install those cans to be able to move those bollards in for a partial closure. So that's when you do the full closure, you actually don't use a couple of the bollards, but we left them in place far ends, and they weren't a big deal.
So is it a key to unlock them initially?
Yes. So we have a Public Works key that unlocks all of them and relocks them up. So yeah.
I don't know. Just to throw it out for sake of argument, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. We currently allow the farmers market folks to access City Hall during the farmers market. It seems a small thing to have a key to, that Brendan has a key or whoever, that he can do that. And then we are not paying somebody overtime to come down and do something that any competent adult could pull off.
I mean, I will say the farmers market has a set crew that does all their setup and their signs and their everything. So it could be a matter of, training 2 or 3 people, and there could be some continuity there. It does seem to me, on the other hand, the farmers market makes income, and so they could, it wouldn't be the end of the world for them to pay either. But it does seem to me the harder question in my mind is the one-off Art Mob wants to have a concert, or Historic Milwaukie wants to have a concert, or somebody wants to show a movie or whatever. Those are the ones where, you're not going to have somebody that you can train who's going to know what to do, and, you're going to have more likelihood of, misuse or mishandling or something.
I was thinking about, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking about, the fee, maybe isn't so much tied to the, placement and the removal of the bollards, but, just sort of, just the general coordination. I mean, this is a very busy, this is becoming a very busy area. It's going to become much more busy with, as the building on the, east side fills up, and then as Coho gets built, and the coordination with those businesses. I think that, there's a little bit more city involvement than just the bollards. I actually am totally fine with the farmers market folks putting in and removing the bollards and having the key. But to me, it seems like the conversation around a fee is probably a little, it's not about the overtime for placing those things. For me, it's a little bit more, and I don't know what those numbers are, but it seems like it's more about that kind of coordination and making sure that everybody's sort of aware of those things, and getting really good, that the feedback that you need from the engineering department about how to provide, more advanced notice about, like, hey, there's some big heavy bollards coming up, don't run into them. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about the fee.
Yeah. No, I think your description of kind of the workload being a lot more than just the in and out of the bollards is more accurate. We just don't do it for the other temporary event. It kind of begs the question of kind of, should we be doing it in other places? I think that's why I jumped to this. And I also agree, and I appreciate the comments about the farmers market is different. So the farmer's market, the process, what we need to work through with them for them to use the space would be different than I want to have my wedding in the plaza, or, like you said, like the one-offs who we wouldn't be giving, they wouldn't have the training, they wouldn't have the key. So I completely understand what you're saying from that perspective. And I believe it was designed with their use in mind, to make it as easy as possible. But I think what you're saying resonates with me in terms of how, if we were going to charge the workload, being more communicating what the work is a little bit more accurately, and that much of that work is coordination and review.
I would just add the possibility of the Arts Committee also being in that exemption, or whoever it is that takes, maybe it's the Downtown Milwaukie Business Association, whoever it is that takes the lead on First Fridays, because it's the same set of folks who kind of make all of that happen, is my impression. If they were to use that space, perhaps it's, I'm just saying that there may be people that we could also train with that group and have the same confidence that things will go well as we do with the farmers market. Or not. You guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I'm asking too. And I also think anytime you introduce a fee, you can have rules about the fee, exemptions about the fee. And what the only difference between them is like the staff. I got a staff person for the market, and I have rotating volunteers for those other bodies. It doesn't mean we can't work through it. It's just different.
Right. No, that is a good distinction. Yeah, and I was thinking more about the question of how do we treat these groups, since they may well be regular users, than I was about the fee. I did agree with Council President Falconer's comments. I do think that it's a different way of thinking about it. And I don't know. I mean, maybe we try it. I don't want a fee to be prohibitive, but I also think it's a pretty unique space. And there's something to be said for paying even just a nominal fee for getting people to really take seriously the stewardship that they need to bring to the use of the space. So I wouldn't
might even compare it to other local kinds of things. I mean, to rent the picnic area at North Clackamas Park is a couple $100, $150 or $200 or something.
Wow.
To rent the Rose Garden at Clackamas Park is substantially more, and this is a special kind of venue. I mean, I can definitely see where people would want to use it to get married and have birthday parties and have concerts and all kinds of other things. But I think you do have two different types of groups that would be utilizing it. So all has to be thought out.
Well, and I think that what's really unfortunate, I mean, one of many things that's unfortunate about this year and the pandemic is we're not getting to test it, right?
Right.
We're not getting to use it. And if next year Coho is under construction and Dogwood Park is under construction, it will also, we may use it, but we probably won't use it as much as we would have otherwise. So, is it really 2022 before we know what the real demands on it are? I am concerned about the people becoming too reliant on the availability of that parking lot and feeling entitled to that. And I'm really for the idea of closing it on weekends, especially once Dogwood Park is in and the path down to the sidewalk going along Coho. It's going to be a great space with some continuity from the waterfront up to Max and the food carts. So I would want us to keep that potential on the table for closing it all weekend.
As a side note, I think we learned, Mark, correct me, but didn't we learn that there is a new tenant in the Bloom building who actually does events planning and coordination as their line of business?
Got me.
Oh, there's definitely an office use in there, and I asked Layla what they were, and Layla had no idea what they were. So
it was
they might be really good to partner with then.
It was the conversation with JP that I'm referencing. You don't remember that?
Conversation with who?
JVP.
Oh, yeah.
The lights came on. Anyway,
Look at the tear gas that night. I think
yeah, it kind of erased my mind.
damaged my memory.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad it was a tear gas conversation.
It was free tear gas.
It was free tear gas, yes.
Tear gas. Yeah. Okay. So you all are giving me lots to think about. I'm hearing maybe actually this is a really valuable place, and you should be thinking about how we use it. And but you need to tell us more about what the fee would be and how you would use it and how you would facilitate community group usage of it. Right? Is that a fair recap of that? And then I just have more work to do on the logistics of the closing it of itself and the noticing of that closure, and who needs to be able to get in and out and how they would do that. So we have more work to do on that, but this is helpful for today. I can't remember if I have another slide. I always do this. I always keep talking and then I don't use my last slide. Trash service, water, electricity, staff time. So those are some of the items that that Brenna, who's more thoughtful than me, had considered as being a part of what we would reflect upon for establishing a fee if we were to have one. So the good/bad news is I got some time to keep figuring this out. The farmer's market doesn't intend to move until the parking lot is redeveloped, which is not on the horizon right at this moment. And we can't have events right now. But I would love to not be scrambling. So I'm going to keep plugging away and see if we can get all of the kind of the wrinkles ironed out to the best of our abilities so that when we are back, we can take advantage of any time that we do have to have events before other disruptions come our way.
Cool. Good
Mr.
plan.
Mayor,
Yes,
we received a comment on this topic. Would you like me to read it?
absolutely.
Rod Smith, Milwaukie resident, I read this, so I'm reading in his voice.
Okay.
I walked much of the area and found little in the way of parking. And he's referring to the Plaza area, the South Downtown area. I had some fear about groundwater until I looked closely at the boundaries near the wetlands. I fear that with improvements, the removal of the blackberries, as it had been a multiple family events. This is, of course, my own selfish concern. The large parking lot below shows soil creep below. I think he's referring to the parking area that's currently the Coho site.
Yeah.
Do you believe this will have issues in the future? And that is the statement.
I'm not sure I captured all the issues, but it sounds like there's some concern about blackberry removal and then contaminated soil at the Coho site. Are those the two?
Yep.
Are you talking about flooding at the Coho site? I wasn't clear what it was, but I mean, blackberry removal, sorry, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. We need to be removing all that blackberry. Yeah.
I don't think he's disagreeing. It sounded like he was involved in family projects where they went out to help remove blackberry was what I heard.
Oh, okay.
So and maybe he's asking how that will be facilitated with the. That was unclear. Sorry.
Well, isn't that all effectively going to be addressed when we do the Coho project? That will be site remediation. That will be, I'm sure there will be some engineering to make sure that we've got good water movement through the site. And from the initial designs, it looked like there would be quite a bit of outdoor landscaping, and the path that Councillor Beatty referred to earlier in this conversation will go through that area. And there should be a plaza adjacent that's on the private land, but is integrated into, and it makes reference to the street design with the plaza. So it is in the works to be dramatically different. It's just it's a year or two out.
And the coordinating with the master plan for the park too. I mean, so.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would urge Mr. Smith if you could stay tuned. So for the plaza, I don't know that there's very many things that would be in play with respect to these protocols, but we're going to be coming back and talking a little bit more about the framework plan for Dogwood Park. in about a month or so. And that would be a good time to chime in terms of thoughts with respect to that. And then also, I know Layla's coming back soon to give an update on Coho. And so asking more questions about what's happening with that project. We probably start to get at these two issues.
Well, and even though they will, Coho Development will presumably be doing remediation on that side of Kellogg Creek, we always have the Kronberg side of Kellogg Creek, and we have lots of blackberry. So if your family needs some outlet, I'm sure there will be future opportunities to remove ivy and blackberry and other things from Kronberg Park. So.
Very generous. Very generous.
We always have blackberry removal projects.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions or concerns or thoughts for Kelly before we move on to the next topic?
It sounded like Steve was trying to say something.
I was just going to mention on the Coho project, you may not know, next week on Thursday, Layla and engineering have a meeting to discuss the next steps of Coho. So it is moving forward. We'll be looking at the flood issues and filling and whatnot, and also maintaining an area for a pathway, future pathway, to finally connect south downtown over to Milwaukie Bay Park. But that's all getting kicked off again next Thursday. Yes, so there'll be some progress in the next few months on Coho.
Cool.
And now that I'm not sharing, I can see Brenna, who I never let talk at all. So I'm really sorry, Brenna. Next time, this is why when I say you should do it, you should do it. Because once I start talking, I can't see, and then you never get to contribute. So thank you for participating and for doing it. Jen, thank you so much for chiming in on all the things that I don't know about the plaza. And we'll come back with some more details on what a fee could be, what it covers, and what some hours of use make sense to be.
And we'll let Brenna do that presentation.
And Brenna's going to do the whole thing, and I'm not actually. She'll be better at it.
Cool. All right. Okay. So.
Mayor, I think we're a little ahead of schedule. Do we have time for a quick break?
Absolutely. What do you need, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I was thinking sorry about that. I was thinking 10 or so.
Yeah, the comp plan discussion is gonna,
So, all right.
break first.
Let's take a 10-minute break. See everybody back here in 10 minutes?
Don't hang up. Just mute and turn off your video.
Got it.
And we're on air.
All right, we are back to the comprehensive plan update and ordinance, and this is the continued hearing. The continued public hearing on the updated comprehensive plan is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to continue to deliberate on the updated comprehensive plan. Does any council member wish to announce a conflict of interest? I do not. I see none. And the staff report will be kicked off at least by our planning director, Denny Agner.
Thank you. I've got a short slideshow tonight that is, I'm just going to be using to highlight a couple of different points. Is it working? Maybe I have to do that. There we go. Too many buttons to press there. In your staff report, we had highlighted a number of the changes that were made based on the last meeting. There were a whole series of different items that were adjusted. And then in the copy that Mary presented, it included highlighted sections that were changed. So hopefully tonight we can go through and make it final adjustments so that we can bring back a final copy for adoption on the 18th. I'm going to drop down one slide here, I think. Okay. I wonder how I move slides.
Try your forward, your arrow keys.
Thank you so much, Scott. We would be sitting here all night while I push buttons. There are a number of different issues that have come up here in the last week, a few things that weren't in the staff report that I wanted to highlight right now. And then Councilor Beatty had sent in some comments and I wanted to go over some of those. So the first thing I want to raise is something that I expect to bring back to you in the adopting ordinance. So plan policy 1.3.2 in the draft calls for formation of the CPAC every time we go into a major plan amendment process. Well, we know we're going into a major plan amendment process as soon as we adopt the policy document, as we start into the housing work, which will ultimately result in some comprehensive plan map changes. Hopefully we won't need to adjust the policies, but we do know we're going to be going in and dealing with that land use section in the comp plan. So if that was, if we were starting that without having gone through this process right now, we would need to reform a CPAC and move forward. But we have already formed a CPIC. So what the Plan Implementation Committee, that we've charged with doing that same work. So just so that there's no confusion in the future, what I intend to do with the ordinance is add a section that basically says the CPIC will be serving as the CPAC for the implementation tasks outlined in the 2020 comprehensive plan. So just wanted to raise that so it doesn't become a big surprise when you look at the staff report for 2 weeks from now. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that if you have any concerns about it. But it just seemed like a nice way of kind of cleaning that issue up because somebody may want to raise it at some point. Other outstanding issues, the history section was revised and sent out. Mary and Layla worked on that one. I'm not going to be able to answer any questions on that, so I'll have one of them answer any concerns you might have. I know that Councilor Beatty again made some comments that were sent around late this afternoon. The annexation map we hadn't finished the annexation map at the time the packet went out. I sent out a copy of that earlier today. I've got a copy as the next page in this staff report. There's one thing I wanted to point out when I flip that over to the next page. Councilor Beatty had raised a question about the historic resources map, which got me looking back at the map itself and the existing comp plan. And in the existing comp plan, there is a page that lists all of the historic resources. It's in one of the appendices. So we need to create a new appendix, basically, that ties to the map. The map has numbers, but it doesn't say what the addresses are or the sites are. So we need to add this, a new version of this map, of this list into the appendix. So let me see if I can close that back out without closing everything. Come on. Finally, another issue that was brought up was the fact that in the housing section, we talk about the cost burden and the fact that there was a 92% cost increase from 2012 to 2018. We couldn't find the reference for that, the source. And Mary, I'm going to ask Mary to talk about that a little bit, but we searched today to try to find, we thought it came from the MHAS, we couldn't find it. We've got a couple different options for that. We'll go back to that in a moment. I'm going to go to the next page. This was the annexation map that I had sent out. The source data for this comes from Metro. And as we started to look at it, we were not 100% certain that it covers every annexation that occurred between 1960 and 1969, especially given the map that Greg Heemer distributed the other day. He had a map that he sent out that had a 1956, it was a 1956 map supposedly, but it was a much smaller area of the city. So we need to do a little bit more verification of this map against Greg's map to see if we've really got all of the annexations that occurred in the 1960s, that what we're showing here is an accurate boundary, or else we need to fix the legend in some way. But this was the source data for this map was information that we got from Metro. These are a few of the issues that Councilor Beatty had highlighted in her email. I think the first one's pretty easy to deal with. It was in the one of the background sections, there was a call out box about the education levels of the community. It was about demographics in the community, and Councilor Beatty had found that in one of the more recent census documents, it highlighted that 34.5% of the citizens had bachelor's degrees or higher, and the information in the draft was less than that.
Well, and my other point on that was just that education box didn't have a year for any of its data, whereas the other boxes on that page all had years. So
that's right. Well, if we use the data that you generated, then we can address that quite cleanly, I think. The historic resources inventory, there was a question about what was the most recent update to that. I think maybe the better date to put in was like, when was the original inventory put together? And that's actually listed in the text as 1988. But I think by updating the list of properties, we can show when they were added or when properties were deleted. So that's part of the hope there, is to give a little bit more information in that appendix. The third point was about environmental justice, but it was in the environmental section and trying to address a comment that seemed to have been overlooked, where there was the last sentence in that section, and it started with the word "ideally the policies will address," for shorthand, environmental justice issues. And I think that although the word environmental justice never appears in there, but it was the idea that we can easily fix that section to address the concern that was raised. I'm forgetting the name of the person who'd raised this. Johnson was the last name, but Courtney Johnson had raised a point. Yeah. The next point down was about migratory bird nesting and a possible policy or code language that will potentially address this, but a concern that we don't have anything that says you should be limiting the time period for tree removal to those times when birds are not nesting. So this was something that came up on the Kronberg site when some of the trees were cut there. The Department of Transportation was careful about when, the State Department of Transportation was careful about when those trees were going to be cut. We could add a new policy about that. I think the council's going to be addressing the public right-of-way and public park tree removal, tree code in the near future. That would be something that you might want to plug into that code. I haven't talked to Peter about that, but it's something that would be one way to deal with it, or we can add it in as a policy and do the code as well. 3 more quick items, and then we can go back up to the beginning. There were a couple of adjustments to the park maps. We're showing the parks as developed or undeveloped, and we can make those corrections. The employment land map on page 154 is horrible. For some reason, I don't think we ever really critically looked at that map. We put it in because it looked attractive, but the information on it is horrible. It highlights little strips of land as being developable. It highlights part of the Minthorn wetland area as being developable. We're proposing to just eliminate that map entirely, and we could make a reference to the buildable lands map on page 114, which actually does show employment land that can be developed. So I apologize for the lack of a critical eye on a couple of those maps, but that was the employment land map is one that really didn't deliver what it was supposed to. So that's sort of a summary of the issues that were raised by Councilor Beatty. I put them in a PowerPoint mostly so that we make sure we address them all tonight. I wanted to be able to get council consensus about all of these issues. So that's what I've got. If there are any questions that you have for staff, I do want Mary to talk a bit about the housing, the 92% cost increase piece. And maybe you could do that right now, Mary, if you'd like.
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. I haven't used these headphones, so that's why I wasn't sure. So the 92% increase is something that's in the impasse, and Councilor Beatty rightly showed that it actually wasn't sourced at all in the impasse. And we desperately tried to find out how they got that number, and we couldn't find a way to do that. So we did come up with a couple of different other data points that from a few different sources that can that can also explain this increase in housing costs from 2012 to 2018. But rather than deciding which data source is appropriate or what you all think would be useful, or do we want this data in the comp plan anyway, I wanted to ask you all about it. So we had and they vary widely, let's just say that. So we went through the census, the American Community Survey 5-year estimate census gave us data that was significantly less than that 92%. They had suggested that there was a 25% increase in housing costs, which, the ACS data does have a larger margin of error just because it is an estimate versus the actual 2010 census data. But obviously 2010 is a long ways away, and things have changed significantly since then. So we don't want to really use the 2010 census data because we don't think that would be totally accurate at this time. In comparison, the 1-year estimate census data for at least Portland said that there was a 67% increase in housing costs. And then in the metro region.
So, I'm sorry, you're meaning for those same years from 2012 to 2018, or are they captured different years? Okay.
Yeah, same years. So there's that difference there. I did then go into Zillow. They have pretty good data on housing that has been sold over. So they have actual monthly target dates of housing that's been sold in Milwaukie. And they, from 2012 to 2018, they actually had a 96% increase in housing costs. So that matches a little bit better with that 92% figure that was in the MHAS, but that also covers condos and other types of housing, whereas the MHAS solely said that the 92% increase was for single family residential. So I don't know if that's maybe the difference there. And then Zillow also does also list out housing values, which I'm not sure exactly what constitutes housing value in Zillow. I'd have to look up what that means. But from 2012 to 2018, they said housing values in Milwaukie increased by 82%. So a little bit less with that. So there's a wide variety of data out there. And I kind of just wanted to gauge where you all were comfortable either having this data in here and which source, or not having data in general about this.
I think we need the data. Did you check with the county assessor? Seems like
I did not check with the county assessor.
And I would caution against that because that's not based in reality at all.
No. But I believe they track sales price.
Oh, sure. Yes, for sure. The sales data would be accurate.
Yeah.
But the assessed value.
No, not the assessed value. No. That's ridiculously low.
I have relied on the Zillow data, and I thought that's what that was similar. It was actual sales data, and that's where that information came from. Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate that it wasn't sourced since it's clearly stated. But I do think that that information it's accessible. I mean, that sales data for homes is available, whether it's through you're using Zillow or you get the information from the recorder's office, or MLS or whatever. And you could certainly choose to only select, the detached single dwelling units if that's important. I'm not concerned.
I don't
Including
think it's
condos.
important. I think condos should be included, so I'm fine with that data if people are comfortable with that as a source.
Yeah, I think the only thing, if I can jump in real quick, I would add, as your resident data nerd, is the census and Zillow are kind of apples to oranges too, because they're different types of information. So I like the idea of just, we reference Zillow, firm believer in sourcing data always. And that makes it very clear what we're measuring, which is a change in housing sales price. So that's a very specific thing, and then that makes me more comfortable with having that data point in there. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Let's use the Zillow data point.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention the census data is median home values for owner-occupied units. So,
and it was estimated.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like as reported by the owner.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think it would be worth asking the county if we can get a number from them, but I mean, I'm okay with using the Zillow if we can't. But I think it'd be worth seeing what number the county would come up with.
Okay.
And we're talking about recorded sales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check on that, and if we can't get county data that seems clean, we will use Zillow, and we'll refer to the Zillow. We'll cite that source.
Cool. And if the county data is wildly different, what do we want to do? Because God knows.
Good question. Well,
I think we can reconcile it if we're able to find it. Everything's digital these days, so we'll just make sure we update our sources.
And the county, at least when I've requested data, I mean, you can also, I mean, it's pretty granular, so I think we would see if there were issues with that data to try to figure out, if there's some outliers, a transfer of for $1 or something crazy like that. I mean, obviously that's
right.
Okay. Good. All right, next.
I don't think we have anything else to explain at this point. I would suggest maybe talking about the history section, then we can go back on down the list. Or else we could pick off the easy ones if you want to do that first. Like the annexation map seems pretty great.
Oh, let's do the hard ones while we're fresher.
Okay. That's good. History section may be the hardest one.
Yeah. And you guys have a red line version at the end of this, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah, and Councilor Beatty sent out a red line version.
Yeah, which I only got to during our dinner break, unfortunately. So sorry for the lateness of that.
And if you all check your email, you'll see that, and you'll also see a couple of responses, but also additional data points that I remembered as I saw Councilor Beatty's notes.
So I will say, I mean, yeah, and you provided the data about the fact that the history of the Land Claim Act, and I think that's fine. Actually, once you posted that, I was like, oh yeah, I remember reading that somewhere. So I think it's fine as long as we just make clear. I mean, I think it begs the question. Somebody reading our paragraph goes, wait, 1950, it reads like they came in 1950. And then they've got this 47 land claim. So I just think we just need to make either with a footnote or whatever, but we need to kind of just avoid any confusion there. And I had actually proposed changing the subject line to 1940s, which might help with that. But yeah, I mean, I just think an average person reading this would think like, oh, we missed something because we said between 1950 and 55, and then we referenced something that happened before that. So, I mean, as long as we footnote it or, clarify that, that makes perfect sense to me.
So did the Donation Land Claim Act start earlier than the 1850s? No.
No, it like grandfathered in claims that were made, and larger claims that it actually allowed were made in the years before. Yeah.
Does it make sense to move that first sentence down, maybe? I don't know.
Sure. And just say in the sentence,
Yeah.
Move the 1847 to the first sentence, Lot Whitcomb, and then the second sentence, add a clause that says, including grandfathering prior claims or something. Just
Let's not use the term grandfathering, just because of its origins, but I think we can come up with a sentence that says maybe something closer to what the Oregon Historical Society does. I think they use the word legitimized. I think that's
legalized, legitimized. Yeah, you could use various, or just recognized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes it. I think that helps make it clear. That's good.
I don't even know if I was just thinking to move that first sentence down to just in front of by 1850, right? Is that, I don't even know if you need to say it. You legitimized it. We'd made a claim, and then you're just saying that between this time frame, there was this huge growth in settlement. Although I'm going to be quiet.
That seems to work too.
I'm not sure I follow what you're.
Oh, it was just taking that first sentence and moving it down 2 sentences so that it's right before the sentence that starts by 1850.
It could even be the last sentence of that paragraph. You could just move it.
It was just taking that one and moving it down to here or here.
Yeah, I think that it actually, then you've got a chronological layout. You start with 1847, then the next sentence is 1850, and then the next one is between 1850 and 1855.
Yep, that's it.
Oh, I think I can actually do it.
And what is the significance of Western lands? And will that mean anything to the average reader?
Yeah, I don't think that should be capitalized.
I would even, yeah.
That might, is that data from, is that Oregon Territory land? I mean, I think that specific, the 2.5 million acres might refer to a specific, specific area. Where did that one come from? Let's see.
I mean, I think it's okay if you just end after claim 2.5 million acres of land, but if it,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. We don't, it's implied where it is.
yeah.
That's true.
Let's do that.
Yep.
How are we dealing with any comments that we're receiving in chat at this time? Because we have closed public comment, is that correct?
That is correct. So there is a comment in the Q&A, but Denny or Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but council shouldn't review that at this moment.
Oh, sorry. I already looked at it. But it doesn't, if I can comment, yes, actually a lot of this actually comes, and we cite the Grand Ron's history. I forget the name of the page, but it's our history or our story, and also a lot of this also comes directly from when we were creating language, when we were helping the Milwaukie Historical Society. We reached out to the Grand Ron, and they provided us with corrected, revised history and facts to support what we put into this section. So I think I actually shared that at one of our last meetings.
Yeah.
So I think that's already in the record.
Yeah.
So yes, the source of that information is from the Grand Ron.
We want to move down to the next page.
Yeah, and actually, if we could stop in a way that allows us to see both the top paragraph for that section. There's some redundancy in the way we talk about op-ing here. Because go back up a little more. There we go. Stop. Too far.
Okay.
I wanted to be able to
There's
see.
a word missing in that sentence, I think. It says they were banned from, so on and so on and so on, or holding office and discriminated against, this one says in housing. The other one didn't, yeah. And discriminated against in housing. That makes more sense. Okay.
So what I think that's good. And then, so we talk about one of these in that paragraph on the previous page under national and state exclusionary laws. It says one of these laborers was Ah Bing, who is recognized as the creator of the Bing cherry. And then 1, 2, 3 sentences later, it says Ah Bing, the namesake of the Milwaukee's famous cherry.
Oh, yeah.
So if we could, I don't care which one we go with, but I don't think we need both.
Yeah.
I think it makes more sense to keep it the first time you reference him than the
That would be my preference. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think people have forgotten why he is significant by the time they get to that sentence.
Right.
So it would just be Ah Bing was one of thousands of Chinese immigrants who left during this time of racist laws and practices, which was not repealed.
Yeah.
Returned to Milwaukie.
That reads much better.
Okay, help me. I'm not following exactly what I need to do.
So after Bing, and in the second,
Where you
down.
Not this one.
Right, that one. After
Take
that,
that out.
delete the namesake of Milwaukee's famous cherry.
Yep. That's all you need to do.
Okay, got it.
and the comma before it.
Yeah.
Now I need to put a space back. Oops, I was trying to figure out how to move this a little bit so that we can read comments.
I can read them.
I can read them. I have to lean in to read them, but I can read them.
Oh, maybe it's the size of my Surface screen. You guys tell me the next time you want to do something.
So I guess the next, the ones under growth and agriculture and development, I don't imagine are controversial. The next paragraph there, former city hall, I just think, it's still our city hall. But maybe you want to drop a footnote that says, the city has purchased a new city hall and will be transitioning in 2022 or something. But it's at the time of this adoption, it is not the former city hall.
I'm not going to attempt to make a footnote, but I will make a written note here to do that.
I don't think it's controversial about the apostrophes. I appreciate that edit.
Do we, you guys ready for the next page or not?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is the most substantive one, this 1968 paragraph.
So if you all pull up that data that I sent along, you'll see that 68% of Milwaukee's housing stock was built by 1970. So we could even say most in that paragraph. I'm not in favor of deleting it. I think it's an important point.
Yeah, it captures the fact that we kind of entered this period of senescence. So I do think it's valuable to keep it.
Well, I mean, I think it's just completely oversimplistic. I mean, even if it's most, it's like houses turn over. I mean, it implies that once the house is bought, it's not ever up for sale again. If all that was standing in front of people, impeding people, was what was solved by the Fair Housing Act, then we wouldn't have the statistics we have today.
Right. Yes. So then we have to go into the explanation that because of decades of this, people of color didn't have the familial wealth to be able to buy houses once this was enacted, blah, blah, blah. I mean, how much do we want to try and explain the history of the United States?
Where's Howard Zinn? Where is he?
Yeah, let's let Howard write our history. So, I mean, maybe we could tweak that sentence by that time to somehow get that point across.
Well, do we have to say all of the prelude? Maybe we just say that Black people and people of color had few opportunities to create wealth through home ownership, and as a result, there was further segregation into areas zoned for more affordable, higher density rental housing. Does that work?
So what are you replacing?
I'm cutting the first half of that last sentence that Lisa has highlighted and just saying that Black people and people of color were left with little opportunity to create wealth through home ownership. And as a result, they were further segregated into areas zoned for more affordable, higher density rental housing.
Yeah.
I definitely think that's an improvement.
Yeah, I do too. I think that.
Okay, what happens if I hit delete?
Then you need to add the verb "were left" after color.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Good solution.
We need to say in Milwaukie or just in general? I mean, it is in general.
It's an in general thing.
Well, and then we address the percentage of housing that's tied up in the single dwelling unit below. So I think that we do get to that. I don't think it's necessary to state it here again.
So given the maps from Greg Hemer, well, he said the 56 map, I saw the 40 map, I guess, which was when it was just really like historic Milwaukie was all of there was. Maybe that's why it's called historic Milwaukie. So I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like from our annexation map, the growth wasn't in the 60s. It was between the 40s and the 60s.
Mm.
I mean, not so much the growth in number of houses, but the growth in terms of annexation anyway. Because our annexation map, well, this data that the council president said, I mean, does show the 50s and 60s as being the biggest decades of, and of course, that's not clear whether it's annexations or construction on already annexed property, but
I believe the request was for construction. I don't think that it included annexations.
Well, this whole area where I live was constructed in the late 60s. The Cedar Crest area.
Yeah, my request was for
like
construction.
Turnberg
data.
Street and up there. A lot of the other houses around look like that's when they were just developed also.
I think what we'll try to do is do a couple of spot checks on areas that we know were built out in the 60s to try to see when they annexed. See if that map's correct or not, to double check the accuracy of the map.
Okay. And then you may need to tweak this sentence, depending on what you know.
Which sentence do we need to potentially tweak?
Well, this reference to the city's growth in the 1960s. I mean, I guess it's this number of houses is
Semantic, yeah, it's population growth, right?
right. Right. There was a lot of new housing construction in the 60s.
We could say 50s and 60s. We know that a lot of that growth was in the 50s. So, I mean, I think the easiest thing to do here would just be to add 50s to the.
Yeah, I think that's right. And then we don't worry about when the. But I think somebody who looked at our map of annexations after 60 would go, well, they didn't annex very much in the 60s. So I think this is good.
Okay, I'm dropping down. You ready for the next page? It's very short.
The expand opportunities, what kind of opportunities?
Housing opportunities.
Residential opportunities? Housing opportunities?
Well, I mean, the context of this document has been about housing, but the comp plan is about all kinds of opportunities, art and culture and, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
That's fine with me. That's a good point.
Are we good?
Yep.
Let me go up here and save.
Oh, please, yes.
It's all on camera.
Okay, where I'm saving it to, I have no idea, but I am saving it. All right, I'm gonna close this document and go back to my my other one here. Oh, we are so in trouble with me being the one controlling all of this.
And why is that happening? Why isn't Mary driving the bus?
Because I wrote the PowerPoint like at 4:30 today.
I didn't even know there was going to be a PowerPoint, so.
I thought we just needed something to make sure we weren't forgetting anything. So, annexation map, as I mentioned, we'll do some spot checking on that, and we may end up having adjustment by the 18th. And hopefully you guys were okay with the approach on the historic resources. And I think we decided on the housing cost. So here are the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points, 6 points.
Okay. So educational box. Is that just a change of percentage and then a reference to the data, the year of the data?
Correct.
Okay.
And if the other data all came from, it says Oregon Department of Education and North Clackamas School District, if it's all for a prior year and it's just a lower number, I'm not going to die on my sword about having this be the latest number. But, you know, I just noticed the difference. It's a 5% difference. But I don't know what year all these other things are. Maybe they were 5 years ago. Our data is, 2013 or whatever. So,
we will check that.
Okay.
And we're okay with the historic resource change, right, everybody?
Yeah, I just listed it twice.
Okay. Environmental justice revision. Explain that one. I'm sorry, I've forgotten already.
Yeah, that was a simple sentence change to take out the word ideally the policies will address.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That was one we discussed. I mean, I think it just got missed. Yeah.
So bird nesting, did you write a policy, Lisa?
I did not. And was thinking about the idea that, we're going to talk about tree code next week. But I mean, we've got public and private, and, I guess here's my concern. I mean, it's a I don't want to be in the business of precluding cutting one or two trees when you need to, when you need to cut one or two trees. So it's not trying to regulate every tree, but it's like trying to regulate where there's a cutting of a fair number of, in a fairly big swath of canopy. So I think Denny did have some proposed language.
I took an attempt, but the end of my sentence was where I struggled, Lisa. It was, I thought a new policy could be something like limit tree removal during nesting seasons for species that are expected in Milwaukie. But on what? Based on the Migratory Bird Act?
Well, why not just take out that last bit?
Yeah.
Make it super short. I'm not even sure. I'm not clear that this feels more like code than policy.
I was going to say the same thing. Do you have a mechanism for remembering where we need code if there wasn't a policy that addressed something? You do? Okay.
Other than just to remember. Yeah.
Because it feels like when we have policy that talks about protecting our wildlife, blah, blah, blah. So I think what we need is code that.
Yeah.
You're going to be talking about this with Peter, I think, within the next 2 weeks. So you have an opportunity to plug this into the public tree code, which we can then carry over into the private tree code. It's going to be the model for kind of where we start for the private code, so it'll be there.
As long as somebody remembers to do it, because I won't.
I can remember 1 week. I can do that.
We have a running list of a code audit spreadsheet that I can add to it just so we don't forget.
Great, thank you.
Cool. Park map fixes, I thought all those were good. Anybody have any heartburn there? Good catch, by the way. Employment land map. Yeah, that's a hot mess. So do we want to try and fix that, or do we want to just dump it?
I think just a reference to the buildable lands map. In the text there, it talks about the scarcity of employment land. And I think we can just add a E figure, whatever the figure is, the buildable lands map, and we're covered.
Mm-hmm. That sounds fine to me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm good with that too.
That's it.
That's it. Wow. Holy moly.
No way. Well, I do have, so you can see all my pink tabs. I have a lot of typos and minor things that I'll go over. Mary can call me tomorrow or later in the week and we can go over them. But I think I put all the substantive ones in that email. So.
Cool. All right. Let's see.
You need to continue.
Yeah, I need to be able to see my script. Thank you. All right.
And yeah, just turn your PowerPoint off just so you know who did that.
Okay.
Okay, so we did questions for staff. We did discussion. As council has finished deliberating, we will continue the hearing to August 18th for adoption of the updated comprehensive plan. I will entertain a motion to continue the hearing.
I move. Oh. Go ahead.
To continue the hearing on the updated comprehensive plan to a date certain of August 18th, 2020.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to continue the hearing on the updated comprehensive plan to a date certain of August 18th, 2020. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. It will be continued. The hearing for the comprehensive plan will be continued to a date certain of August 18th, 2020.
Okay. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Good work, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. League of Oregon Cities priorities. And this will be kicked off by Kelly Brooks. Assuming she's still here. Yes, there she is.
Unmuting myself. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. So the main thing we're going to do, we have two things to do, and actually one kind of late breaking thing from LOC that you may have seen come through. That's an action alert that pertains to something that we need to take action on before noon tomorrow. So I was going to throw that in to the mix for discussion as well, if that's okay.
Sure. Why don't we do that one first?
Okay. The E-Board is voting tomorrow on how to distribute some of the CARES funding that came to the state.
They should just
At
give
this
it all
point,
to us.
Yeah, we just read that. There's 200,000 that was going to be so there's been two issuances already. One, the first round of CARES funding that came to the city, the checks have already been issued to cities for that. There's a second round that we've applied for. That's out of the mix. There's 200 million left. And it looks like the approach the E-Board is taking is instead of just giving that to cities, they're going to say, we'll buy all the PPE and then give it to you. And the league is saying, no, you should let cities decide how they want to use those funds. And I would say, based on the fact we've been buying PPE, that's part of what we've used these other resources to do, is to invest in masks and to make different retrofits to buildings. So just in terms of our city's needs right now, PPE for me wouldn't be at the top of the list of COVID eligible expenses that we'd continue to expend resources on. So I would tend to agree that it would be best if the E-Board didn't constrain the resources this way.
So what are eligible expenses? In other words, I'll be very specific. So I was in a conversation with somebody from Marion County, and they have been going through a process of paying the rent for people who were the kind of folks that are already, at 50% of their income for their rent, and they're out of work, and they're not getting the $600 a week. The perfect storm is happening to them. So in a year, when the whole moratorium is over and the payback period is over, they will be homeless. So Marion County has been just paying those rents.
Yeah, I will tell you before I dig in, I will say I have really relied pretty heavily on Brenna to help kind of go through what's eligible and not eligible. So I'm going to give you my answers, but I might have to double check them. My general rule of thumb is if it's an expense that we can say we would not have incurred and would not be doing absent for COVID, that we can generally argue for it. So rental assistance can fall in that. Our business assistants can fall in that. Modifications that we're making to our building, time, staff time that's related to COVID-related work. So all the time that, Ann and the directors and I and all those first couple of weeks that we were spending almost 8 hours a day trying to figure out how we were going to close the city and take everybody home, that got coded to COVID eligible time. So it maybe not as clean, but I do know that I believe there have been some eligible uses for rental assistance that they can go towards that.
But, ideally that would be the county doing that. Apparently they're failing to do that by and large.
Yeah, I can get an update on, I haven't been as closely tuned into those discussions as I probably should be, but it's something that for future expenditures of the CARES Act money that come to the city, something we want to continue to talk through for sure. But so for tomorrow, I think the request is call. So it wouldn't be a letter, it's reaching out to our representatives and saying, don't just buy us a bunch of masks. Because we've bought a bunch of masks. So, it would be more helpful if you didn't constrain it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yep.
Okay. So let's go back. The other thing we have to do that's easy, unless y'all want to talk about this some more. Are we good on the call?
Lisa, you're muted. You're still muted.
Are you making calls, Mark? Is that what we're saying? Or
I don't know.
Wants to call?
Kelly, what's the protocol here?
Oh, it sounded like whoever wants. I mean, Mayor, if you're willing to make the call and you all are okay saying one person call. It also seems like kind of a 4-alarm fire. So if more than one person calls, as long as the basic message is consistent, which is don't do that. Don't just buy all the PPE, like divide it up. I think it's okay if more than one of you wants to call as well, or if you all want to talk about who you want to, like if one of you wants to call Rep Power and another one wants to call Kathleen, or if, I kind of defer to you all on that.
Okay, and those calls need to happen before noon tomorrow?
Yeah. So Mayor, at a minimum, I would say Mayor, if you could call, and if you're wanting to call both, I think just go ahead and call both. If there's others that want to say, hey, I know the mayor was calling you, but just seriously.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad thing.
That might be a good idea.
I put it in my calendar. Hang on.
Okay.
Mark Meek is supposed to call me in the morning about some other stuff. I can certainly
Good. Hit him up.
mention it to him.
Yeah, I'll call Karin and Kathleen.
Yeah, if you guys will
I'll
do
reach
them.
out to Janelle and to Shamia and a bunch of others too.
Yeah. You want me to call Janelle?
I can get Janelle.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry. Any further discussion on that for clarification needs? No. Okay. So the next one's easy. They would like to know who's going to vote as a part of the LOC conference on the legislative priorities.
Not me.
Who wants to vote?
I'm not going to participate this year.
Okay, it's not Councilor Parks.
I assume they're going to do it virtually. I haven't
Yes.
seen anything about the LOC conference.
Oh, I have.
It is virtual this year.
They've sent it.
It is virtual, and I will say that vote is usually first thing in the morning, so I'm never interested in it.
Right. It is. It's early in the morning.
Councilor Beatty's out.
So Councilor Heisey really wants it. Is that what you're saying, Councilor Heisey?
Waving their hand a lot.
Councilor Heisen should do it. Yeah.
She sleeps as late as Councilor Beatty.
That was interpretable in that way. Nothing. Hot potato over to the mayor.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Mark.
Hey, the mayor's going to do it.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, now on to the ballot. Attached to the amazing staff report that I wrote is this year's ballot and last year's ballot. So just to refresh you on what you voted for last time, we get to pick 4 things. Yep, we get to pick 4 things. Last year, you picked carbon cap and invest program adoption, permanent supportive housing investment, property tax reform, and right-of-way franchise fee authority.
And they didn't do any, well, they did some stuff on housing.
Yeah, well, and right-of-way is W. So right-of-way franchise fee authorities still on the list.
Yeah, there's
Property-
2 questions.
Property tax reform still on the list. There is a housing and services investment, which is H.
Do you know much about that one, Kelly?
No, but I can look it up. Let's see. I was reading it up before we jumped on.
I read what they here in the packet, but
The packet is very high level. It does not answer any.
and there's no numbers attached to it. So
And I think that was sort of the guiding principle, just at least on Energy and Environment Committee in our discussions. LOC was really steering away from attaching specific numbers just because we know that the budget process is
going to be
utterly devastated for this coming year. So I think that was an intentional because they don't know at this point what kind of numbers would be feasible.
And Councilor President Falconer, I was going to ask you, there was the other housing one that was more focused on 2001 hospital. And I didn't know based on, because I know you've been doing some rulemaking work on that. I didn't know.
Can you tell me on the 2021 agenda, are you referring to a specific item?
Yeah, let me find it.
It's where'd it go? H. Housing and services investment.
Okay, that doesn't sound like 2001 to me.
No, it's not 2001.
Oh, 4001. I'm sorry. It's F. So letter F. There's expedited siting for shelter and affordable housing, and I said 2001. I meant 4001, and I didn't know if that had anything to do with some other work that you were doing. No? Okay,
No.
different?
No,
Okay.
and yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we know we have a speaker who's active on those issues. So in some ways it feels to me like if there are other things we care about, maybe we should call them out.
Yeah, I would also, here's the thing about LOC, right? I mean, they're interested in, I would like to, for us, these votes, to make sure that our votes really matter and do what we would like to see them do, I think we need to be really careful about what we choose. We would like to encourage LOC to do certain things. Some of these things on their list, we probably don't have the same values. So let's think about this in terms of, what is the LOC agenda and recognize that, it's a body where, we're aligned in a lot of ways, or not so much in others. So I would prefer us to make sure that we make these votes count in ways where we actually think we might align with LOC.
And that's a place where we, so I'm the vice chair of the Energy and Environment Committee, and I made sure that in our conversations, we prioritized work that was going to support our climate action plan goals. And so we have, and Mark and I and Natalie and Peter have all been involved for months now in conversations about building codes that we're not going to get into here. It's a more technical discussion than is necessary, but that's what's covered under the option number C, Building Reach Code Energy Efficiency Local Option. And then the other place where we really could push our work forward. Why can I not?
G.
Thank you. Green energy and renewables, the expanded local option, that is a tool we could really use to have at hand for figuring out how we might be able to deliver the green energy product we really want to have for our residential customers.
So much so that language actually sounds like something Councillor Heisey wrote.
I actually did not.
Oh, it sounds like same if we looked at. Thank you.
All right, so I'm hearing that C and G are in the running. Okay.
Yeah.
I think R should be in the running.
What was that, Lisa? Sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
R, the broadband and municipal pole protection, all the 5G regulation stuff, as well as broadband.
How many are we choosing?
We get 4. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at this, like the housing and services investment, right? That's something we desperately need. It's also something that if it's going to do any good, they're going to have to throw a lot of money at it. And I'm fairly certain they're not going to throw a lot of money at anything.
Well, and it wouldn't come to us probably.
It would go to the county.
It would go to the county. I'm not that that's the reason. I'm just saying, there might be some other places where, just to throw one out there, transportation infrastructure funding, or places where we might actually, get some of the money.
Yeah, I just think anything that says give somebody else a lot of money is got a snowball's chance in this legislative session.
And we were very clear about that in the Energy and Environment Committee conversations, that really we ended up putting 5 things forward for this ballot and worked very hard to make sure that most of them did not have price tags attached.
But like that long-term transportation infrastructure funding, I mean, given that they did a transportation bill a couple of years ago and the current financial situation, I can't imagine that's going to have legs.
That sounds like big, kind of expensive
I wasn't suggesting it.
project.
So I'm one that won't have cost anybody any money, but is something that we've been trying to get is M, as in monkey, local speed setting authority.
Having the ability.
Oh, I thought we had that, Kelly.
We can reduce by 5 miles an hour after we jump through a whole bunch of hoops.
I feel like we can lower speeds now.
We can lower 5 on all of our residential. We can lower them by 5.
You want it on like highways and stuff? Is that what this is?
I'd like to be able to control our own damn streets and their speeds instead of having ODOT tell us the speeds that our streets should be set at.
Local speed setting authority. I will put down whatever you guys want. I think right now, most of the streets that we've been wanting to pursue speed changes on are residential, and I feel like we have quite a bit of latitude right now that we haven't even worked through. So there's not like a barrier right now, but if you wanted to, but this is HB 4103, which it was one of the bills that you all supported you've already indicated support for this concept because it was one of the ones you were tracking last session.
Right.
So it's just supporting it again.
Another one, and I'm of course horribly biased because of the committee I served on, but another one that is something that we are generally interested in is the low-income energy efficiency and affordability programs, which will have a dollar figure attached to it. The only reason I think that it might be viable is simply because housing crisis, people being displaced, all of those general things, and it's certainly something we care about.
Which letter was that again? I'm sorry.
And I think that also is something that Portland will need as a prefetch for doing the work with PGE. They're going to absolutely want this as something they have in hand before we do what is our program called? I've forgotten. Kathy, I'm looking at you.
Oh,
Symphony?
What?
are you talking about Symphony?
Yes, that symphony.
Which does, generally Portland, if they want something, they don't need LOC to push it. So
What do we think? Do we think there's any reason that property tax reform would get any further than it's ever gotten before? I mean, I think it's always one to ask for, but it's.
And it will be the top vote getter this time, no matter what,
Yeah.
whether we vote for it or not.
Yeah.
It's desperately needed. And I would say, we should reiterate every time we have an opportunity, but I'm also okay with not putting it on there in favor of something that we actually think needs our vote more than that.
So I've got, just to recap, kind of the ones I've heard voice support so far. C, which is reach the building codes. G, green energy and renewables, a expanded local option. M, for the local speed setting authority. O, for low income energy efficiency and affordability programs. And R, municipal broadband and municipal pole protection. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've heard 5.
And I said H as well.
Is that H?
It's something we need, whether or not it's going to happen because of the funding part of that question.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different question.
Does anyone have another one that they haven't mentioned, or do you want to start fighting it out between these 6?
Well, if that.
Also, what about mental health?
What about it? We can add it.
If I recall that correctly, it didn't involve building facilities, which is what we desperately need. It involves helping set up, having social workers go on mental health calls, which is great. I think that's a good thing. But they go on the call, then they take them to the hospital, and then they're out in 24 hours, and we're back in the same boat.
Which one are you talking about, Mark?
Q. You're not going to get an argument from me that we don't need the facilities, but it seems to me this is kind of a dovetail with the stuff we're hearing about defunding the police, right? About creating more capacity for other types of response.
Yeah, and I think it also, we just had was it a study session not too long ago and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting about the name of the program, but what, the message was, what do you need? And she said, we need more people. We need more staff. This would go directly toward the types of services that we were hearing. Hope, is that right?
It is.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Well, in Clackamas, they're looking at putting a fee on the ballots. I think they've talked to at least a couple of you that will also do some of that.
Oh, the kids' safety levy?
Yes.
Yeah. On the information that was provided for each of these on Q, it just says, the legislation part of it is support the delivery of mental health services in order to reduce negative police interactions and ensure that those in need receive the help they require. So
I kind of feel like AOC ought to be advocating for this versus LOC, given who delivers those services, but I'm happy to, it's very important. It is important.
It's been a really, really big issue,
right?
In recent times. So,
and our prior police chief asked us to prioritize it one time when we were going.
Yeah, that's right.
Salem, right?
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah.
Okay, so now
that's for Q.
That's 7.
Okay. We're moving in the wrong direction, people.
You knew there had to be more than that. Come on.
Well, especially since they send us this just a few days before it's got to be turned in, and we don't have like a study session where we have this kind of opportunity to chat. So,
to be clear, actually, that was on me. It was sitting in a box. Counselor Heise pointed out that it had gotten lost in an email. So I own that. They gave us actually 4 weeks.
I have till the 7th to turn it in, but I also can't let you vote on it by email. So I think we're stuck. But okay, we're up to 7. Any other, like, do you want to do any more before we start trying to winnow down? Okay. All right. Who wants to give one up?
So
I'm just kidding.
one of the climate ones, one of the energy ones, and probably that's the building code, I'm guessing, but.
Well, I thought we might be attached to that one.
Wait, are you?
No, I'm saying we pick one and give one up, and that's the one we would pick. And the mental health, to me, yeah.
I want to be really clear. Both the REACH code and the expanded local option are really important to our climate work. They are,
and they won't cost the state any money.
And they won't cost the state any money. They are places where we can make a difference on climate in a session where we know that anything that says climate on it is going to die. So if we have places where we can push legislation and do some work to reduce our climate crisis, these are two of the places where we have that opportunity.
I would like to actually discuss, I think until we have actually exercised as much authority as we currently have under speed setting, which I don't think we have, I'm wondering if this one should fall off.
I'm fine.
Because I know that we've got authority to do more than we have. So maybe we need to just flex what,
Okay, good.
That's good reasoning.
I'm good with that.
Right.
Now we have 6.
6. You only have to get rid of 2 more.
It's true.
So housing services investment, we know that that's big money.
Yeah.
Any reason to think that
Well, and there's a lot of programs out right now for housing and services. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Metro, we just passed a Metro. So, and we're in the fortunate position of being included in the Metro area.
Right.
Yeah, so let's let that one go.
Okay.
We could do eeny, meeny, miny, mo. No, I'm only kidding.
Very professional.
I mean, this description on the municipal broadband is really short. I don't suppose either of you guys who participate in these committees know anything more about it. No. I think proposed legislative efforts to restrict existing municipal authority. Are they talking about at the federal level, or are they talking about in Oregon? Is that happening in Oregon?
it happens virtually every session where they go after that or something right away, that kind of thing. Almost every session they go after it. So, and this is the kind of thing I don't think LOC is not going to engage on that just because we didn't vote on it.
And it seems like one that we're going to know, we're going to be aware of that, and we can add that to our list of things that we're going to fight for at the legislature.
Yeah, the Metro mayors will be on top of that too. That's to me a little bit of a throwaway.
Yeah, and I mean the things that happen are at the federal level, the
bad ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's what I was looking for here. Yeah.
So that's to 4 now?
I think you just got to 4. If we're okay taking R off.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to tell you what I think you have, just to make sure I got it. So C, building code. G, green energy and renewables. O, low income energy efficiency and affordability programs. And Q, mental health service delivery.
That's what I got.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well done, everyone.
Good job, everyone. Okay, I will send it in. Should I be copying Councilor Heisey or anyone else who was on a LOC committee, or is it okay? I'll just let you guys know that it goes in.
Maybe copy Mark since he's going to be doing the voting.
Oh yeah,
This is
I'll
just
copy.
voting on a different stuff. That's
Yeah.
right.
Sorry.
Voting on officers.
Never mind. Don't tell anyone. Keep it to yourself.
I'm gonna hide it away back in my inbox.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. I think you picked who's going to vote. It's going to be the mayor. You picked on your things, and we decided that you all are going to call tomorrow and tell them not to buy us a bunch of masks, but instead divvy the money up to cities.
Yeah, I'm going to write myself a note about that.
And Kelly, would you stay on? The mayor also wanted to talk about parking tonight at Milwaukie Bay Park.
Yes.
Thank you.
Exciting stuff. All right. The next item up is the resolution on the tobacco and e-cigarette tax. Sorry for the late updates today. I sent out an updated, slightly changed resolution, and then a lot of information that sort of spoke to all of these whereas. Where's everybody sort of at in this? I've been back and forthing with Lisa a little bit, but the rest of you, I don't know.
So I will just say, I mean, I think the revised resolution is better because it gives us they've given it, they've sourced some of the data and they've changed some of the data from the first one they gave us. I think the first whereas is kind of muddled and unclear. Oregon is ranked 32nd for lowest tobacco tax in the country. I don't know if that means, 32nd, 31 states have more, or 31 states have less. I don't know. Just that's kind of weird wording to me. But also, I think it's maybe not the most compelling sales pitch, which is Oregon's tobacco tax is at least $1.50 less than California and Washington. And it's less than the national average. It's 49 cents below the national average. So I don't think that's the most compelling whereas. I mean, it's factually true, but it's, I don't know.
It just gives a sense of where we sort of sit in the country, and it's probably surprising to a lot of people that a state that doesn't grow tobacco or sell tobacco is so generous to the tobacco industry. But I don't have strong feelings about changing that one. Anybody else have thoughts on that? Whereas? Either way. And you guys got amazingly silent all of a sudden. Do you think we should not be supporting a tax on tobacco?
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to orient myself. And I mean, I agree with you, Councilor Beatty. I don't love the way that's worded.
Yeah, I absolutely think we should support it. I just am not feeling like the particular details of the language in these whereases is critical to the message that is in the therefore. So hence my silence. It is not lack of support.
Well, I mean, that's a valid point. I guess I also think I gathered from the change Mark was having with the person at the campaign that we may be one of the first. And so if we helped them beef this up, we might actually be helping them for other localities too. But maybe it's not worth our time at 9:30 at night.
Well, we don't have to pass this today. We could spend the next 2 weeks wordsmithing it and then pass it in 2 weeks.
That sounds good to me. I mean, I would love, I like the sourcing on the one. I like the wording on some of the other ones better. So I don't want to adopt either one of them just wholesale. And I don't think we've got time tonight to do it at 9:30 when our brains are not fresh anymore.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Let's do that then. Let's work on it over the next 2 weeks and pass it then. All right. What else do we have? Is that it? Are we done?
Nope, you have
Then
one
you
more
want
item.
parking?
Oh, damn.
If you want to be done, we can be done tonight. We can talk about parking another night too. It's up to you.
Well, let's at least start the conversation. We don't necessarily have to make a decision tonight. We can just, but I'm sure all of you occasionally get angry emails from people that have been charged $80 for trying to park their car because they brought a canoe down or they brought a kayak down or they brought a stand-up paddleboard down. And the 3 places that you can park a normal car in that whole parking lot were full, and all the boat parking, all the boat trailer parking was empty, and they just went for it, and then they got an $80 ticket. History on that is that we were forced to put that much boat trailer parking in by the Marine Board, who helped fund the park. $250,000, I believe, is the number. I was thinking it was more before.
I thought it was like 1.5 million or something.
So did I. I would have sworn on a stack of Bibles that it was over $1 million. And
We actually went back and looked through all of the grant funding that we received over the last 8 years, 10 years. And so we looked at the phase 1 funding. We received $200,000 during phase 1. We received an additional $50,000 when we did damage refurbishment from the flooding, I believe. So we re-upped our agreement a couple of years ago while Chuck was here.
So
We
the
also
other
just got
million
started.
came from the state parks people?
I can get you the full scope. We only looked at what the Marine Board gave because that was the thing that keeps us in our current parking structure. But if you'd like me to, I can find out for you, Councilor Beatty.
so at first we were not ticketing for people doing that, and then people with motorboats complained to the Marine Board, and they told us that either we needed to enforce that parking or they were going to want their money back. So there has, should I give credit for where the great idea, I don't even know where the great idea is. Somebody came up with an idea of making the fine a lot lower. Then we're still enforcing.
Yeah, and I sorry.
Go ahead.
I spoke to the police department. This has been a number of people who have been trying to find some solutions. So I just wanted to give some credit to Zane Odom, who's been trying to figure out with John how we balance out what we think are council's goals and how we're currently ticketing. So I'm going to give them a lot of credit. And then it's been about 2 months worth of conversations with me and staff.
So the options are we could pay the Marine Board their $250,000 and then we don't have to do anything that they care about. Another option, until such a point as we could afford to do something like that, is that we could charge $5 if you park in the wrong place. And people will that will be a less painful thing. And we can make it, well, I don't know if we make it clear or not. We can think about that strategically.
Do we have any feedback on that from Justin? Sorry to put you on the spot, Justin, but I'm just wondering, if we got that, I just want to know how that plays out with the Marine Board. I mean, they're going to get complaints again.
Yeah,
Now,
the only way this was proposed to me was a couple of weeks ago, and I just looked into what the Marine Board agreement said. I haven't really, and that involved the money, refunding the money, and frustrating the purpose of the original intent of receiving the funds. How it plays out, I haven't really analyzed, looking at how we ticket people. I'm frankly, honestly, I'm not aware of what the posted parking is down there, what it would be posted as if it wasn't boat parking.
Oh, it would still be posted the same. It's just that if you parked your minivan that had a canoe on top of it in that spot, you would get a $5 ticket instead of an $80 ticket.
Right, but is it 2-hour parking for boat traffic, or is it all day parking?
It's
All day parking.
So somebody could park down there all day long and pay $5, take up an entire space.
Yep. Right now, people park there the whole time without paying any money.
Yep.
You mean boat people or?
Both.
Both.
So yeah, we have non-trailer parking and we have trailer parking, and in both locations, no one is currently paying for the parking stall. I also will just make the argument that they are paying their Marine Board permit fees. So I don't want this to come across as they're not paying money to utilize resources. They are.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any idea how much those are?
I only know what I paid for my kayak. I'm not sure what a motorboat would be, but we can find that out for you too.
so
I'd also be curious, looking a little deeper than just the agreement with the Marine Board, in providing those sorts of benefits to boat users. Does the Marine Board then advertise our space as a public boat launch? You know, certain things, certain representations that the Marine Board might make to the public, those might go away.
Yes and no. I mean, I think that there's a couple of things in here. One is the judge. So the way it works, I'll just be really transparent with the public. If you come into court and you fight your ticket, the judge cuts your fee in half for parking in the wrong spot at Milwaukie Bay Park. So we're already reducing it often by a lot. We're receiving about $9,000 in revenue, it looks like, per year due to tickets at this exact location. The boat trailer parking, boat trailers don't pay tickets because they can't fit in the few stalls we have for traditional cars. So they are only parking in traditional spots. Having said that, they also have a harder time finding alternative locations for parking than a kayak or a park user. So that's been one of the concerns as well. I want to add a couple of things. I think that your question is spot on, Councillor Faulkner. This doesn't solve anything. I don't think that this is necessarily something that is going to lessen the number of complaints or the interactions between our police officers on site. My question really, based on the fact that I consistently get emails forwarded to me from you all or from kayakers directly, or from the judge as she's hearing from kayakers, is that I have heard an interest in less motorized sport use in the bay. Generally, that comes from comments about wakes. It also comes from comments that I've heard about just our interest in trying to get people out actively on the water. So the question really is, does the current fine reflect the goals that the council has for the park? If it does, great. If it doesn't, then the one thing that I think you do control is how much you charge for the parking ticket. We did look into charging a parking fee. We're not allowed to do that in the agreement.
we're not.
We're not.
They do
So
it.
I actually looked down that path I've looked at 15 ways to try and support wherever council wants to go over the last couple of years. We can't charge a fee. And that is the last interaction we had about the parking lot with the Marine Board.
So is this agreement? I mean, it can't be forever. It can't
17
be
more years.
How many?
17.
17 more years. Wow.
So when we signed the first agreement, great. It was 20-year agreement. Then we extended the agreement when we took the additional 50,000 while Chuck was here. That started the clock over. So that was then 3.5 years ago. And that extended it through for another 17 years, 16.5 years.
So at a bare minimum, I think we should reduce the parking ticket cost. If we go to $5, I'm in for that. But even going to $40, which would better reflect what we do when people bring it in, if they do challenge the ticket, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it should be more than 5, but maybe 20, 25.
I think we might be creating a problem for ourselves in trying to find this solution. I worry about if the parking fine is different at Milwaukie Bay Park, which is just right across the street from downtown area. We invite people to park there all day, knowing they're going to get a $5 fine. Whereas if they park illegally in the street, they get, or overtime, or, for other things. People are going to figure out that, there's basically a free parking lot across the street. I can park there and take up, and then we haven't solved anybody's problem because we're still blocking the parking spaces for both users.
Has anybody tracked parking? In other words, if that was going to happen, I was being facetious about the 3 parking spaces. I think there's probably 8 or 9 regular car parking spaces down there. Are those being filled up right now? Because they're free parking right today. As of this moment, they're free.
Well, I think there's more like, if you're counting the ones up by the sewage plant, I think there's more like a dozen or more, or 15. But people do park there and walk through Island Station to Elk Rock Island. I think that happens pretty frequently.
People do park there to pick up people who are arriving on the Orange Line. I don't know if I see anyone parking there all day, but I definitely see people idling their cars shortly before the time that a train is supposed to arrive.
Interesting.
So the other piece of this that we were going to go down the path of, and this is also an option. I want to be clear, staff really is fine with wherever you want to go, but I do know that there is always going to be someone disgruntled. Yeah. Just because of the size of the lot and the use of the lot. So another option that we've actually been working our way through is just noticing and posting in very clear words that we do a lot of enforcement on that site, so that people aren't surprised that this is coming. I know that we have chased a number, probably terrifying, a number of people who have parked in the wrong spot when we've been down there, just to say, you really don't want to test this. You don't want to risk what's coming, and it's going to ruin your day. So, yeah.
Can I ask, not just about enforcement, but the last time this came to us, at a meeting, there was real confusion about whether we were actually whether we were posting enough about the parking that was available up near, closer to the facility, Kellogg facility. Have we fixed that? Because
Yes.
I want to make sure we're in addition to enforcement or posting about enforcement, also posting about alternative spaces.
We did fix the signage there a couple of years ago. And I know that when our officers are down there, because they have a lot of interaction with people as they're parking, they're directing people across the street even. They're just saying, listen, it's not actually a hard walk. Just park right across the street, come back. We put this nice kayak parking spot basically right next to the boat dock. So we are trying to, at least the officers are trying to help people see alternatives. I know that I saw on Chit Chat a week and a half ago, an extensive conversation of very upset people on both sides of this. And when I say both sides, I mean two different types of voters having a disagreement about who is parking how and where. So I don't think that goes away.
Every single stall has its own sign that identifies what kind of parking you can do there. People do not read them. So I do think we need additional signage, but it's not that there is not clear signage. It's that people
I mean about the pointing. I mean the woman who came to us most recently very clearly did not know that you were allowed to park near the Kellogg facility. She did not know that, and she was saying that was not posted anywhere. I have not done an inventory myself. I understand that each of the stalls is posted what you can't, where you know that you can park this this type of vehicle in this stall, but does it also point people to other spaces? That was her question, and that was more recent than 2 years ago. So this is,
no, I get where you're coming from, and I think that's what Anne is saying is. Yes, additional signage to clarify
how much money, just how expensive it is, so that people are making smarter decisions. We've looked at Steve Adams actually has a sign code, a traffic reg that he's worked on for me to sign that just says it's going to be expensive, and they've come up with a couple designs for that sign in a couple of locations, and says this is where and how you can use this lot. I'm happy to talk to Steve and make sure that we're directing people to the upper lot. Those, when I am down there, those stalls are full too. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many people don't know, because I see a lot of people going up, parking, coming back down, and it seems pretty cyclical at this point to me. But Councilor Heise, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I just want to check with Greg Irely, who's the manager for the Kellogg Creek plant, because it looks like getting to the final stage of the work they're doing on the plant upgrades. Because I saw that they'd done a grind, and it looks like they're moving to repave behind the gate. I'm curious if we could talk to them about whether or not there's enough space behind the gate for parking for the very few employees who are there, because it's not a huge number of people who are actually physically on site at that plant on a daily basis. And if we might be able to get a couple more spots, like the ones that are directly in front of the plant, marked as being available for the public.
And Councilor Heise, you have a great relationship over there. If you wouldn't mind having that discussion, that'd be great. I know that when I'm seeing the most conflict, it's usually on Saturday and Sunday. So it's usually when no staff is present, but that doesn't mean that it wouldn't help us on weekdays as well.
And I think that may just be a signage adjustment, because right now there is no signage for those specific stalls. So just clarifying that, yes, you are welcome to park here anytime after 5 p.m. on a Friday. It is all yours.
Well, and and that's something else. If they're willing to, we'd happily print those. But they do have a couple of stalls that they have kept, just to make sure they have access.
Right. Okay. I will put that on my to-do list.
Thank you.
So do we want to mull this over for 2 weeks and talk about it again?
Interestingly enough, the judge is actually going to be here, I think, the first week in September. You may actually want to talk to her. So if you're okay, if we're going to talk about it again, I'd like to actually have her present.
That would be good. I'd like, I think that I'd also like to, as we're exploring these different options about, I just want to make sure that we don't run into any, potential problems, legal trouble with the way that we're enforcing. And I, and I'm not sure I love the idea about just sort of a one-off policy in specific places that's like a $5 fine as opposed to where we have much higher fines in other places in the city. But maybe there are some creative ways that we can, work through our municipal court to address a very, very specific problem.
Absolutely. This is probably the most common conversation I have had with the judge since I came on board. And so I think I think this is just one place I'd also like her to weigh in on who she's seen and how those interactions are going to. So that sounds great, Councillor Faulkner. Let's have that discussion. I think she's in the first meeting in September. And I'll just make sure that she knows that we'll add this to the agenda while she's present.
Can I add just one more option too? So I do think it might be helpful, and we can get Heather and Sparity to point us in the right direction. But the Marine Board is a reviewer they were a reviewer for the LWCF funds that are coming to the park. So they look at everything, and they definitely are weighing in on where they want how they feel about dropping off for light duty watercraft and where that storage would go. And I think there are opportunities for this council to advocate to the Marine Board, like, look, you are collecting fees for light duty watercraft now. You need to represent both users. You need to, push back on some of those design decisions that actually make it more difficult for a light duty water user to use the park. So I think there might be some key times when we need to give voice to these users through that design work. Just to make it work better, because I think we can come up with a lot of different places for people to be and to encourage them to park downtown. But for those folks that are coming with a kayak, we're going to have to keep working through how you can drop that off and navigate to the water. So,
yeah. Well, and I do think if there really is an effort by Portland that we can glom onto to restrict wakes, I do think that will eliminate or greatly reduce our problem. It's not an overnight process. That's probably a couple of year process, but I think I think we could turn around some things there. So. I will say, on the point about the point Ann made earlier that the boats with trailers don't have other options. Recently they used to park along in front of Kronberg, and they usually 2 or 3 of them on a crowded weekend would be backed up near the trestle. There's kind of a little turnout where an old road was that goes under the trestle. And recently ODOT signed all that and says no parking. So that's, which probably was the right thing to do for safety, but that's another 6 or 8, that would park along there. And we are starting to see them crop up in Island Station now because they can't park there. So when there's overflow parking, some of it's downtown and some of it's now coming into Island Station. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to remember is that Coho is going to be built out, and people are happily hanging out there, and that's not going to be an option in a year. So all things worth talking about, but it's 10 o'clock at night, and though this is really an engaging and energetic discussion at this hour, I think we're probably good. So I'm going to ask staff not to take any changes on any of the signage. We're not going to do anything until we talk again, just so that we don't waste money. So we'll hang out, and when the judge is here, I actually may also invite John and Zane to participate in that discussion, just because I think that they have a unique perspective. And they don't have an answer. A lot of the things we've discussed tonight are things I've discussed with them. So this isn't them having an answer, but I think they have some perspective.
Cool.
Perfect. Thanks, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well then, with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Will to quit yawning.
I move to adjourn.
I'll say.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Lovely.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.